Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the dear participants from all over the world here from the UNESCO headquarters. Now we are just about to begin the committee meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to what is now day 5 of our committee meeting. It is a pleasure to see you all again. Yesterday, a very full day dedicated to inscriptions on the listing mechanisms of the convention. And at the very end of our day, we took a groundbreaking decision regarding the inscription of Jaumu soup by Haiti. We once again demonstrated what the international community of living heritage can do to express its solidarity in difficult circumstances. Thank you very much to all the participants. You all have given a very good example yesterday about this kind of cooperation and collaboration. Okay, distinguished colleagues, shortly before the start of this session, the Bureau decided to update the provisional timetable to take into account the items we were not able to discuss yesterday. You will see on your screens a revised timetable, which has also been published online. This morning, we will cover items 9, 10, 11, and 12 with your support. So after breaking for 1 hour, that is just after the lunch, we will then discuss item 13 and 14. I would also like to remind you that the second secret ballot, as part of the elections of the new members of the evaluation body under item 16, that is establishment of evaluation body for the 22 cycle, will take place today in room 5 at UNESCO headquarters from 1:20 p.m. to 2 p.m. 1:20 p.m. to 2 p.m. today at room number 5. Paris time. A circular message was also sent by the Secretariat last night in this regard. Lastly, I ask that you please keep your intervention brief, please. Ideally, at a maximum of 2 minutes. As we are nearing the end of our session with many items to still discuss, I will not hesitate to use a timer in order to keep to schedule if the situation goes in a problematic way. I hope it will not happen. We all respect you. So without further ado, I would like to start today's work with item 9. Now let us go to item 9. We now move to item 9, report of the Non-Governmental Organizations Forum. Dear Mr. Secretary, good morning to you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis. The floor is yours to present this item to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning, dear participants. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to ask my colleague, Leandro Peredo, to present this item.
Over to you, Leonardo.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Allow me to begin by recalling that this is the second consecutive session whereby the committee examines the report of the Non-Governmental Organizations Forum as a standalone item in line with Decision 15.com/6 of the committee. The decision to include the report of the ICH NGO Forum as an independent item on the agenda of the committee is an indication that the committee wished to hear the voices of NGOs more directly, following the two-year reflection that the committee undertook between 2018 and 2019 on the role of accredited NGOs. The annex to document LHE/21/16.com9 contains the report submitted by the ICH NGO Forum and presents an overview of the forum's activities for 2020 and 2021, as well as its recent organizational developments. The report also includes a proposal of advisory functions that the ICH NGO Forum offers to perform to support the work of the committee. You may remember that the committee, at its 14th session in 2019, requested the Secretariat, by decision 14.com15, to map out the domains of competencies of accredited NGOs. In response, the Secretariat established in October this year a partnership with the ICH NGO Forum in order to undertake the mapping exercise. It is expected that the mapping will help identify new areas in which accredited NGOs would provide advisory services to the committee, while facilitating cooperation between accredited NGOs, the states parties at the national level. The report of the NGOs Forum also includes details on the recent developments in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonardo. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tim Curtis. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just wanted to point out that the report in the annex also mentions the sad passing away of Dr. Albert van der Zijden from the Dutch Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Netherlands, who was a very active participant and made a great contribution to the work of the ICH NGO Forum and living heritage safeguarding in general. Our thoughts and condolences go to his family and colleagues and for the loss. Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Jorge Gustavo Caicedo, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, Chairperson of the Steering Committee of the ICH NGO Forum, is ready to present a brief overview of the report of the non-governmental organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of the ICH NGO Forum. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it's the first time the ICH NGO Forum take the floor, let me congratulate you for your leadership in this session. I also wish to acknowledge and recognize the effort by the Secretariat and his committed team for their effort and in this challenging time. This meeting has run smoothly. I would also like to thank, on behalf of the Steering Committee and the ICH NGO Forum, the committee members, the state bodies, and the observers present in this important meeting. The ICH NGO Forum is grateful for the support and opportunity to present this annual report and suggest how NGOs might expand their involvement with the convention. The forum now federates 193 accredited NGOs, deeply grounded in communities, groups, and individuals actively engaged in safeguarding ICH. Since its foundations back in 2009, it has become the principal platform for communication, networking, exchange, and cooperation among accredited NGOs, safeguarding ICH on national, regional, and international levels. The forum brings to the convention extensive and highly diverse safeguarding experience and expertise. This report provides an overview of the development of the NGO accreditation process along with the creation and evolution of the forum. It summarizes activities and initiatives undertaken in the 2020-21 and suggests pathways for the forum's organizational development and process potential new advisory functions for the forum. The background to the accreditation of NGOs under the 2003 convention. The forum memberships ranges from community-based organizations to larger NGOs which support national level implementation of the 2003 Convention and policy development. Through field research, they inventory and document intangible cultural practices within local context. Their mix of different types of expertise and experience in the field, grassroots presence in their local society, and close relationship with better communities accord them a unique position in safeguarding ICH. It equips them to sustain working relations based on mutual trust, a key element for any sustainable implementation of the Convention. This is an important added value that the NGO Forum is in position to leverage in support of the efforts of the state parties and the Secretariat in implementing the 2003 Convention. Since many accredited NGOs play a central role in mediating between various actors and stakeholders at different levels of heritage governments, these make them strategic partners for state parties in the application of the participatory principle promoted by the 2003 Convention. Accredited NGOs attend the session of the statutory organs of the 2003 Convention, including the meeting of the committee beginning in 2009. The forum delivered a statement at the annual meetings of the committee, and since 2020, a report from the NGO forum has been presented and discussed at committee sessions, which I'm now reading. And since 2012, we have organized an NGO symposium alongside the committee sessions to address particular issues, including the role of NGOs in implementing the convention, ICH in cities, community driving ICH, tourism, the ongoing reform of the listing mechanism, and this year on the mapping of the expertise on accredited NGOs. Representatives of accredited NGOs have fulfilled advisory functions as members of the evaluation body since 2010, and they also serve as expert members of governmental delegations to meetings of the statutory bodies. The forum also has an informal but effective channel of communication with the Secretary via its steering committee, including periodic virtual meetings that began in 2020. Despite these advances, the role of accredited NGOs within the Convention is not yet fully defined, and the interpretation of Article 9 of the Convention is evolving. The reflection by the Committee on NGO Participation in the Convention, initiated in 2017, presented the possibility of defining a more diverse range of advisory functions for NGOs, which we believe would be for benefit of all parts. Projects, accomplishments, and ongoing work in 2020-2021. The Steering Committee of the ICH NGO Forum is committed to building a stronger and more effective organization for the benefit of all NGOs, as well as the Intergovernmental Committee and the Living Heritage Entity in 2020-21. In order to accomplish this goal, it has undertaken a series of projects and actions since December of 2020. Increasing the participation of accredited NGOs. Participation of NGOs in the activities organized by the Forum during the Intergovernmental Committee meetings has grown over the last few years from 47 NGOs in 2016 to 86 in 2020. There has been indeed a steady increase in numbers over the last 5 years due to better acknowledgement of the Forum, the increased number of services rendered to NGOs, such as capacity building, workshops, symposium, at the committee meetings, as well as during the year, a permanently accessible and actively managed website, and financial support. 3, a more elaborate and stronger organizational structure with the creation of the steering committee, bylaws, code of ethics, and yearly elections. And finally, a heightened sense of belonging to the forum. In another point, the measures to raise the effectiveness of the working groups. The steering committee has reached out to collaborate more closely with the working groups in order to develop a stronger and more targeted arrangement that will be of benefit to the forum and other stakeholders. For this, they have been encouraged to report regularly, create clearer mission statements, and improve their organizational structures. We have, for example, the Working Group on Research, made up of over 30 members. The Working Group on Research has dedicated much of its time to the development of a mission statement presented, revised, and approved in the margin of the 15th GOM and the subsequent 2021 action plan. Both documents are available on the website of the ICH NGO Forum. One of the objectives for 2021 was the creation of a toolkit on sustainable tourism, which will be soon available on the website. The Working Group for More Balanced Geographical Representation of Accredited NGOs. The Working Group for More Balanced Geographical Representation of Accredited NGOs was established in December 2020 during the 15th COM. The working group is currently creating capacity building materials in different languages in order to provide practical information to NGOs in the underrepresented countries. A mission statement, objectives, and working plan of the working group has been presented and approved during 16th COM. The Heritage Alive 2021. The 2021 issue of Heritage Alive includes 14 articles dealing with the making and playing of traditional musical instruments. The published articles come from all over the world and demonstrate a rich variety of musical traditions. The publication will also contains a QR code that links you to download the music. You can find this issue as well as the QR code in the website of ISCAP. We also would like to thank ISCAP for its generous support to the Heritage Alive effort since several years ago. ICOMOS ICH Charter. The ICOMOS Scientific Committee on ICH has drafted a charter on intangible cultural heritage. It aims to provide a sound basis in terms of principles and guidance for how ICH relates to places and place-based practices. Comments have been addressed to the ICOMOS ICH Scientific Committee in a spirit of cooperation and dialogue. We look forward to engaging with ICOMOS about our shared interests as well as our concerns. While the forum welcomes the growing recognition of the importance of ICH in the protection of monuments, architecture, and material culture, it will insist that the distinctive features of ICH and tangible heritage be acknowledged and recognized. Participation in the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on the listing mechanism. The members of the steering committee participated actively in the 2 meetings dedicated to the listing mechanism on July and September. A statement was presented by the steering committee, including the following paragraph. The 2003 convention is currently in a period of growth, while the resources supporting the conventions are not. We strongly believe this provides an opportunity in which an expanded range of advisory functions for accredited NGOs within the 2003 convention can be defined as an existing and available option that could address the increasing workload and limited resources of the Secretariat, which would be of benefit for all sides, including the state parties to the convention. Then the mapping of the competencies of the accredited NGOs. The steering committee responded to the call of expression of interest sent by the Secretary of the 2003 convention in July to map the domains of competencies of accredited NGOs and was selected to take on this project. Working closely with the Living Heritage entity, the steering committee of the ICH NGO Forum has completed an online survey sent to all 193 accredited NGOs as well as one-to-one interviews with a sample of 65 accredited NGOs, primarily from underrepresented regions, and is currently preparing the reports, guidelines, and vocabulary as required by the Call of Expressions of Interest. A roundtable discussion and workshop was organized online on Sunday, December 12th, with 78 participants registered to present the preliminary results of the study. It was an opportunity to receive feedback on the results and obtain information on the expertise from the accredited NGOs that were not able to be interviewed. The survey and the one-to-one interviews have been carried out on a regional basis according to the regions represented by each steering committee member and the language spoken in the different countries of the origin of the surveyed NGOs. These one-to-one interviews are aimed at providing more detailed information about the NGO's expertise, their experience with the accreditation process, and their need for capacity building. The final report will be delivered by the end of December. ECO's project on museums and ICH. The steering committee accepted an invitation to support the ECO museums and museums as communities for heritage resilience, openness, and economic sustainability. Project in application for Horizon grant from the European Union. The project aims at developing a theoretical framework and a set of toolkits that will be tested on selected number of partner cultural institutions. This could provide a model for similar projects in other regions of the world. Future advisory functions and activities of the ICH NGO Forum. The Forum is developing its organizational capacity to meet the needs and the requirement for the sustainable implementation of the 2003 Convention. In line with this firm commitment, the Forum is outlining the components for a sustainable plan of action that speaks to how our organization will face the challenges of its emerging roles and accountability to the Convention. The Forum is willing to work as an active partner with and complement the efforts of the committee, evaluation body, and the secretariat to ensure that any potential reshaping of the evaluation process, including amendment criteria, requirements, procedures, and interactions with nominating entities, will be in line with the core purpose of the convention. The current survey of the expertise of accredited NGOs will provide a database that can be used to determine which of our members possesses the necessary expertise to support the assessment of specific files. This survey is the first forum initiative carried out in association with the Secretary. It is demonstrating how the forum is able to complement the resources of Secretariat and establish an efficient, ongoing working relationship that will set the pattern for future projects. These new advisory functions will be carried out through dialogue and collaboration with state parties and the living heritage entity, as well as with communities, groups, individuals, and other non-state actors. Any new advisory functions to be undertaken by NGOs should be clearly defined and stated in the operational directives. We also, as a team mentioned, would like to pay tribute to our esteemed colleague, Albert van den Zeijen, who sadly passed away in July. Albert headed up the ICH and Research Working Group for a number of years and made a great contribution to the work of the ICH NGO Forum. He made extraordinary contributions to the understanding and furthering the ICH in Netherlands and worldwide. He is greatly missed. And to conclude, I wish to share that we had a successful symposium to present the preliminary results of the mapping exercise, as well as a conference on ICH and intellectual property, licensing and new media. And on Tuesday, we had a conference from local contexts who talk about indigenous rights and labeling traditional knowledge in archives and libraries to get back their their rights. Yesterday, not yesterday, I'm sorry, the day before, that was Wednesday, we held our General Assembly, and we please encourage all state parties and all the people present to download the Heritage Alive issue on traditional music. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caicedo, for your comprehensive presentation on behalf of the ICH NGO Forum. Thank you very much. The report clearly shows the important contributions that the ICH NGO Forum has been providing to coordinate the work of the accredited NGOs. The suggestions included in your report are also very much welcome. I now open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? I'm sure that the representative of the ICH NGO Forum would be pleased to answer any questions. Yes, I think Panama. Good morning to Panama. Early in the morning, welcome you, and the floor is yours, Panama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am in Paris, so good morning to you too. Bonjour. I would like to thank Mr. Caicedo for his long and very clear and extended intervention, which is something that lately we do not have the opportunity because of the 2-minute timetable that is given to us. So it was a very good opportunity to hear from him about the work and the expectations of the NGOs supporting the objectives of our convention. Saying that, I am a little bit concerned about the fact that we are looking into point 9 this morning, and we will be looking into point 15 tomorrow that deals with the accreditation of the NGOs. I would have preferred to have both issues, both items, look at this morning. But given that that's the agenda approved, I will wait until tomorrow to look into the other document. Now, I would like to suggest, given the amount of information that has been given to us by Mr. Caicedo through his report, information that deals with a greater participation and voice of the NGOs in the affairs of the communities, in the affairs of the conventions, that in this draft decision that is submitted to us include one point that reads something like, create an open working group to look into the proposals that this document that was read by Mr. Caicedo deals with. There are too many things that involve a third party in these decisions of the objectives of our convention. The convention has member states. Member states have institutions and communities with which we work back home. Now, the work of the NGOs, it's been extended, going beyond an advisory or an observer of the work of the convention. According to what Mr. Caicedo said to us, the very interesting working groups that the NGOs are creating in terms of research, sustainable tourism, which is an issue that is of much concern for us. The issue that have to do with the mediating as strategic partners. No doubt that there are many people back home that would feel that these are very important advices that they could receive. But us, the member states, would like to know a little bit more about the channels of communication that have been established and about the on with the community back home. One of the important issues in the convention, as he mentioned, is the fact that there are a lot of underrepresented regions in the NGO forums and the NGO. but those underrepresented NGO regions would need to be guided not only from the point of view of an NGO that arrives in the town and tells them how to go about doing a nomination, but they would need to know a little bit more of the other focus and the other opinion that the local institutions might have about presenting a nomination, about doing an inventory, and following through until they get to Paris and to our convention. So given that we don't have the time, and that it's very important for us to look into what is this new role that is being given by an approval of this draft decision, that would say enhance the advisory role of the NGO forums. For us, is of extreme importance that we can know from Mr. Caicedo and his group through a working group and report to the next committee on what have happened with this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Panama. Now I would like to give the floor to Sweden. Good morning, Sweden. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor. Sweden would like to thank the NGO Forum for their work and for their second report under a separate item under the committee's agenda. We think that it is of the utmost importance that this item will be included in the future agendas of the committee meetings. After reading the report, we are happy to see how the work within the NGO Forum has developed within several important areas during the last year, in spite of the pandemic. It is positive to see and hear of all this work, and that it is carried out completely in line with the core of the convention, which in itself strengthens the forum's position as the association of accredited NGOs and the connection to the committee. We need knowledge not only about intangible cultural heritage, but also within different practices. And we all need to work together in this common and important mission. Therefore, the question of how to increase the participation of NGOs in the implementation is an important issue for the future of this convention. And Sweden is looking forward to further discuss that question during a proposed reflection for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the convention, as is mentioned in the draft decision of item 14. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sweden. And I now open the floor to Czechia. Good morning, Czechia. Over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and all our distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much for the rich, ambitious, and I must say really impressive report of the NGO Forum. We read it with really great appreciation and admiration to the wide range of activities the forum has been developing over the years, and also we admire the determination to play an ever greater role in the work of the convention and its statutory organs. We are aware of its extensive, so far underused human resources in relation to the work of the committee or the statutory organs, and also the expert capacities and diversity, which really reflects the diverse ICH of the world. The constantly evolving and improving organizational structure of the NGO Forum gives promise that the possible new roles envisaged by the forum and slowly creeping also into the discussions and deliberations of the committee are realistic. The growing agenda and outcomes of the work of the forum prove the tremendous dedication of its members to fulfilling the goals of the convention and contributing to the work of the committee and the secretariat. We welcome all the interesting and diverse initiatives summarized in the report, but most of all, at the moment, we welcome the readiness of the NGO Forum to participate in the reorganization of the evaluation process. So also the request of the state parties to have more files evaluated, for example, while still working in line with the principles of the convention and its resources, can possibly be answered. In relation to the report, we would like to ask several questions, some to the NGO Forum and some to the Secretariat, if we may. Firstly, concerning the new publication, to which we congratulate the Forum, you mentioned that it was not possible to include all 31 submissions in the latest issue of Heritage Alive. We were wondering, have you considered publishing an extended online version, maybe besides the printed version that would allow inclusion of more contributions, or is it like, was this never planned? And maybe some more down-to-earth question. Could you explain us, please, a little bit more in detail, if it is possible, how the NGO Forum is presently funded? And a question to the Secretariat, as we are talking about the new advisory functions to the committee, what kind of arrangements we mean from the practical point of view are needed so the committee can make greater use of this advisory capacity of the NGO Forum? And how do you expect that the future extended advisory functions of the NGO Forum requested by the committee or by the Secretariat will be funded? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sweden. And now I would like to open the floor to Czechia. Welcome, Czechia, and good morning to you. Followed by...
I was Czechia.
Okay, then I would like to give the floor to Netherlands. Good morning to Netherlands and welcome. Over to you, Netherlands.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you so much. The Netherlands would like to thank the ICH NGO Forum for their informative report with an overview of the work of the Forum and suggestions for further activities. We have always expressed our support to the development and position of the Forum, and we will keep on doing so. We also very much appreciate the fact that the report addresses the sudden passing of our highly esteemed colleague, Dr. Albert van der Zijde, this summer. Albert worked as head of the research and development team at the Dutch Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage. And as already addressed, Albert was closely involved in working groups of the NGO Forum, a task from which he derived great satisfaction and enjoyment. We also would like to thank the Forum for the set of ambitious pathways for the Forum's development. We think they could play an important advisory role. They form the bridge between state parties, communities, and a variety of local stakeholders. And the work that has been done by the Forum to map the competences of the accredited NGOs will help to better target their advisory role. However, an important point of concern still is the geographical imbalance of accredited NGOs, as already mentioned. The Forum is aware of this and develops capacity building programs to increase the number of NGOs from underrepresented regions, especially with the ambition of expanding the scope of work, and since the fact the Forum considered itself the vehicle for representation of communities at the intergovernmental level, countering the imbalance should have the highest priority. What could be the way forward? Is there interaction between the global capacity building program of the convention and the efforts of the NGO Forum in capacity building? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Poland. Good morning to Poland and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to you too. On behalf of the Polish delegation, let me congratulate the NGO Forum for a very thorough and very, very important report. Since years, we are observing the way NGO Forum has developed, and we admire the work that is done on mostly voluntarily basis. Let me also underline here that this differs the NGO Forum from structured and supported actions taken by UNESCO and by member states. That is why we should really appreciate and admire the work that is done by passionate, by experts who devote lots of their free time for this work, and they truly collaborate in a dialogical and based on trust ways. I believe also that taking this into account, and also the problems mentioned by previous speakers related to the underrepresented regions in the NGO Forum, it is important to support NGO Forum in a more structured and also financial way, both by member states and both by the UNESCO Secretariat. And we would like to invite both the Secretariat as well as particular member states for this ongoing practical support for NGO activities. At the end, let me also express our willingness to have a report of NGO Forum presented to each session of the committee on a regular basis, not on exceptional basis. And concluding, let me also pass on our condolences to the Netherlands. You have lost a great researcher and a great friend, Albert van der Zeyden. We knew his great energy and passion towards ICH, and we also believe that his work will never be forgotten, and that will be used for future benefits of the whole ICH community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And also, I would like to open the floor to observers. But before that, I would like to request Mr. Caicedo to give your answers and comments. Over to you, Mr. Caicedo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you to all the delegates for the question. Let me just clear that this is a teamwork, and the steering committee is a very committed working team. We are 7 members. We represent, each of the members represent one region, and we have a special seat for international NGOs. These are the NGOs that work in several regions. We also held democratic elected elections, in the committee. So in that sense, we changed the steering committee. This is my last address as member of the steering committee. I'll be, of course, within the forum, but now we have a new steering committee that will join you for the next year. So this also helps to bring rotate among the members the responsibility to take the tasks that are given to the steering committee. Thank you very much for your kind words and also the questions. I will try to answer as the best way I can. So in the sense of the working group that suggests the Madam Minister from Panama, I think it could be a working group on extending our advisory role of the forum to the Secretariat and the state parties. In the sense of Czechia, thank you, Sweden, for the kind words and the questions. And for Czechia, the questions they make, yes, the publication also considered to be online and to be available with the 31 articles. This is something they're working on right now, and I hope it's soon available online, but it was a new, it has a lot of good answer, the call by Heritage Alive and its editor-in-chief, Ivan. And so we hope to have it soon. The other thing about how the NGO Forum is funded, let me just say that we counted in the beginning with generous support by state parties in different stages. For instance, in Bogota, the meeting was funded by Sweden, and so on. We have some regular grants given by the state parties for certain activities. Then we also have to acknowledge that members of the accredited NGOs from underdeveloped countries receive support from the fund, from UNESCO to attend the meetings, which is also very, very important so they can assist and participate. And finally, recently this year, we had the call by UNESCO, which we concurred to the call. It was given to us, and from the money we received, all the steering committee members leave the money in the ICH NGO forum as a budget for future activities, which sums up $15,000. And let me just mention that these 65 interviews with the due detailed information and collaboration, as well as the meetings we held over the year, represents 400 hours of accumulated by all the steering committee members working on this subject. And for future activities to be funded, well, we're still working on that. Hopefully we'll have a more stronger chair and dedicated persons for funding. And also wanted to mention about this concern about the underrepresented regions that, for instance, in this year, Latin America, my region, region 3, Latin America will grow on 50% of the current NGOs that we had. So thank you for that, for considering these NGOs. And but we're doing a continuous effort. I think it's important to deliver the information in the native language to help promote and advance the awareness of the convention within each electoral region. And thank you, Poland, for your kind words as well, and we hope to keep on working. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caicedo, for the detailed explanation. Now I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe there was a question, or even, sorry, let me take, or even two questions from Czechia, directed to the Secretariat. The first is what systems, or if I understood properly, what systems are in place for the advisory functions currently for the ICH accredited NGOs. I mean, this is something we have discussed now for some years, and in fact we had a meeting, I think it was 3 years ago, and it has been discussion. At the moment, the formal advisory functions are for those 6 accredited NGOs who are elected to the evaluation body, but these discussions have been going on, and that is why, and part of this process of the mapping exercise that Mr. Caicedo referred to, which is currently going on to help identify broader advisory functions, as has been discussed. So for the moment, it remains within those 6 seats on the evaluation body, the formal advisory functions allotted to the NGO by the directives. And then how do we expect the future advisory functions to be funded? We may be well, there's all sorts of possibilities. These are discussions that will have to happen within the organs of the convention, whether or not they come from extra contributions, whether they come from the fund of the convention, depending on what they are, how much they cost. These discussions need to be detailed out and discussed and agreed on so that we can then identify the funds. So that it's a bit difficult to answer where that would come from now. Prior to those discussions, I think Sweden already mentioned that there will be discussions on broader implementation of Article 18, which could be an opportunity to enhance those advisory functions. But again, I don't want to preempt those discussions until they happen. What I can say is that we have been working more closely and more intensely with the ICH NGO Forum, which is now structured around the committee, which makes it manageable for the Secretariat to engage. And I think we've been making quite a bit of progress over the last year and a half, 2 years, particularly in that regard, since we started those discussions, and we look forward to continuing with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Curtis. I think now the floor is open to observers, and there I can see Syria. So good morning and welcome, Syria. Over to you, Syria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous. Nous nous félicitons de la poursuite très réussie des travaux de notre comité sous votre présidence sage et agréable, Monsieur le Président. Je tenais à remercier donc pour la qualité de ce document et du rapport qui a été présenté sur le forum des organisations non gouvernementales. Je tenais aussi à présenter nos remerciements donc, au comité de pilotage et à Monsieur Caicedo pour son rôle assez important donc, dans le succès donc, de ces travaux. Écoutez, la République arabe syrienne, au nom de mon pays, nous exprimons notre satisfaction pour le développement donc, des activités du forum, pour la qualité du rapport, pour les débats très enrichissants qui ont lieu lors du symposium, et nous souhaitons partager avec vous quelques remarques. Avant tout, je voulais aussi présenter nos condoléances donc, à l'Hollande pour donc, le décès de monsieur, de l'expert Monsieur Alberts. Nous avons eu l'occasion donc d'être éclairés par ses interventions multiples et variées et surtout par son rôle prédominant au sein du forum. Donc, je reviens au point de départ. Donc, il s'agit donc de dire que par rapport aux commentaires qui ont été faits pour la création d'un nouveau groupe de travail ouvert sur la question, moi, je pense que c'est une plateforme importante qui permettra donc aux États membres ainsi qu'aux ONG de se retrouver sur un certain nombre de questions. Ça serait peut-être un débat ouvert qui permettrait des échanges qui seront mis au profit donc du résultat des rapports que nous pensons être très importants si elles sont périodiques et faisant partie de l'ordre du jour de nos travaux. Le deuxième point, il s'agit des 7 groupes thématiques de travail du forum, dont nous nous félicitons pour la qualité des débats qui prennent place. Mais nous pensons, à la lumière de la décision hier de l'adoption de la question de l'élément présenté par le Haïti hier sur la situation extrêmement exceptionnelle d'un certain pays dans des contextes d'urgence extrême et qui nécessite donc un soutien très important et des États partis au PCI, du secrétariat de l'UNESCO, mais aussi des ONG à l'échelon international. Nous pensons que ça serait intéressant donc d'examiner la possibilité d'avoir un 8e thème donc de groupe de travail au sein du forum auquel nous souhaitons voir nos organisations non gouvernementales syriennes participer, qui serait l'ONG du PCI et les situations d'urgence. Je crois que la journée d'hier a été décisive dans cette proposition. Je crois que ce qu'on a vécu hier avec l'inscription de l'élément de la part de Haïti, qui représente un soutien humanitaire très important à l'échelon national, nous pousse tous à penser ensemble donc sur cette orientation. Et pour finir, je rappelle que les ONG accréditées au sein de l'organe d'évaluation, elles y participent donc dans l'esprit du forum, mais essentiellement, elles y sont conformément à l'article 11b de la Convention, et elles ne mettent que en avant donc l'aspect participatif qui est noté dans la Convention. Nous devons les encourager et faisons tout ce qui est dans notre possible pour aider le secrétariat et la soutenir dans son rôle d'activité participative avec donc cet organe d'évaluation. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et désolé d'avoir été un peu long.
Thank you very much, Syria. Now over to Thailand, and I know the time. Good afternoon, Thailand. Welcome. Over to you, Thailand.
Mr. Chairman, it was not intentional, they raised the hand. But nevertheless, I would like to congratulate the chair of the NGO Forum for a very comprehensive and very useful report. We are very interested in the following the development and the work as coordinator between the government and the communities and UNESCO. This role of NGO is very interesting. We appreciate very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I think no more requests for the floor. So let us move to the draft decision. So please refer to document LHE/21/16.com/9. But before that, I can see another participant. Yes, Cameroon. Yeah? No, yeah.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Le Cameroun souhaite simplement, après cette présentation du rapport du Forum des ONG, saluer le travail qui est fait pour mon pays qui s'engage à vouloir véritablement soumettre des éléments pour le PCI. Il est important de comprendre la place et le rôle des ONG dans le processus de sauvegarde et de compréhension même du PCI. Je voudrais simplement saluer ce travail et peut-être en l'approfondissant, nous allons bien nous appesantir sur la compréhension, bien évidemment, des liens entre ce que fait les ONG et le travail d'encadrement des États parties également. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any observers or members? Yes. I think we can move forward. So let us move to the draft decision. Please refer to the document LHE/21/16.com/9 and its draft decision in paragraph 3. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com/9 as shown in the screen?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Panama.
Panama. Okay, over to you, Panama, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had proposed to introduce into this draft decision a point that would read like the following. The committee will decide to establish an open-ended working group to review the proposals submitted by the NGO Forum on an expanded role, on its expanded advisory role to the convention. I think Mr. Cortis and the Secretariat took note of it, so I would like to see if it could be included at the end as the new point 9, I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you kindly repeat it again so
Yes,
that the
of course.
Secretariat can...
Thank you.
Yeah, please,
Thank you.
Ricky, repeat it.
Decides to establish an open-ended working group to review, the proposal of the NGO Forum on its expanded advisory role for the next 17 session of the committee. And probably should say something like, and report to the next 17 session. Advisory role, I'm sorry. And report to the next 17 session of the committee. Yes, thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, now. Yes, now then we move on with paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined. So I see no objection, so I adopt it. Adopted. Now let's move to paragraph 2, recalling our previous decisions. Yes, I see no objection, so I adopt it. Now let's move to paragraph 3, acknowledging the efforts by the ICH NGO Forum to enhance its capacity in the coordination of the accredited NGOs. Are there any objections? I see none. So I adopt it. Adopted. Go to paragraph 4, appreciating the increased participation of accredited NGOs in the sessions of the committee. Adopted. Paragraph 5, noting with appreciation the establishment of the ICH NGO Forum of a thematic working group dedicated to increasing the number of accredited NGOs in underrepresented regions. No objections, I adopt it. Adopted. Now, paragraph 6, taking note of the ongoing collaboration between the ICH NGO Forum and the Secretariat to conduct a mapping of the domains of competencies of NGOs. No objection, I adopt it. Adopted. Coming to paragraph 7, welcoming the readiness demonstrated by the ICH NGO Forum to assume an enhanced advisory role to the committee. Again, no objections. I see no objections. So I would like to adopt it. Adopted. Coming to paragraph 8, encouraging state parties to provide financial support for the work of the ICH NGO Forum through the modality of their choice. Yes, again, I see no objection. So I would like to adopt it. Adopted. Yeah, I know Panama has proposed a new paragraph that is 8.9. So that says, decides to establish an open-ended working group to review the proposal of the ICH NGO Forum on its expanded advisory role and report to the next 17th session of the committee. That is the amendment given by Panama. So I think there are participants they need the flow. Yes. Botswana, I can see Botswana. Over to you, Botswana.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Panama, for making this proposal. I just wanted to know, for my own benefit, Chair, as there's already an open-ended working group looking at the working methods of the committee, would it be necessary to have another open-ended working group? Can this item not be submitted to that open-ended working group already? I'm looking at the time. We are saying the 17th session of the committee, which is supposed to be next year anyway. And looking at the fact that we are just creating more working groups. And I was wondering, perhaps I'm wrong, I was wondering if this cannot be sent to the same working group that is already established. Thank you. Oh, and just a correction, report to the next 17th session. I think we can remove the word next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Botswana. There are other participants who wants to the floor. They want the floor. I will just read the names: the Poland, Kuwait, Sweden, Japan, China, followed by Brazil. So I will invite you one by one. And also after Brazil, Panama again. So I now invite Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We generally support the idea to have a broader reflection on how NGO Forum might be supported on its advisory role. However, taking into account what the previous speaker also said and the full engagement of many countries into the work of the open-ended intergovernmental working group that is already established and the huge change that is going to take place in June during the General Assembly, we also think that the schedule proposed by Panama might be too tight and that this year will already be very much burdened with these meetings. And we do believe that in this case, we shall not hurry, because hurry will not be a friend here. So we will be open to discuss the longer term of the possible and the possibility of having maybe another channel for this topic. But we generally support the idea of having more reflection on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Poland. Now I would like to give the floor to Kuwait.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues, to everyone. First of all, let me thank Panama. You know, we totally agree with Panama for the involvement of the NGOs and in the role of the advisory. And just to remind, you know, and we agree with our colleagues from Botswana, on the working group, we already took some recommendations to increase the role of those advisory or the role of the NGOs as an advisory. So already in a few recommendation was taken that open working group. I think you'll continue to have the discussion at that working group. I believe it's the proper place, but we believe 100% with the principle of Panama. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Kuwait. Now I would like to give the floor to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Sweden thinks it is a good idea to have a good cooperation between state parties and NGOs. That is the ground. But we also want to remind about all the work within the Secretariat and their limited resources, as been shown under item 5B and under coming item 10. And we also have that reflection also mentioned earlier by us and by Poland. So we would like to ask the Secretariat what you think about these working groups and how we can manage the items that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Japan. Welcome, Japan. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my comment goes in the line of the previous speakers. We thank Panama for its valuable idea. But so for the working group, we had some recommendation already in the now working group, open-ended working group, but we have also a new working group maybe established for Article 18 of the Convention. And this would include the continuation of the discussion on how to enhance dialogue and communication among stakeholders, including NGOs. So, and this working group would go a little bit longer in terms. So I think that it could be a good idea to include this discussion in maybe the Article 18 working groups and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. Now over to China. Over to you, China.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Warm greetings from Beijing to you and to all the colleagues of the committee. We really appreciate the proposal by the delegation of Panama on this amendment to the decision. We all agree that the NGO forum should be play a much more important role in providing the advisory services to the convention. However, taking into consideration of the limited resources and also the fact that there is already an open-ended group on the global reflection of the listing mechanism. So we are not quite sure about the feasibility of establishing another working group, and also within this kind of tight schedule as indicated in this paragraph. So we also would like to want to make sure about this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, China. Now, next, the floor is yours, Brazil. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, to thank the delegation of Panama, the Ambassador of Panama, for the proposal. Of course, we need more reflection on this item. This is a very important subject to be discussed. Nevertheless, we also share the concern expressed by other members. And besides, I would have a precise question also to the Secretariat. The question is that, of course, I understand that there would be costs involved in the establishment of this working group. The question is, can the committee adopt that decision without being sure that the resources will be available? That's a question for the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And now I would like to open the floor to Panama and everybody comments about this amendment. So over to you, Panama.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the colleagues that have expressed their thoughts about our proposal. I have to start by saying that I would have liked to look into this matter jointly with point 15 of tomorrow that deals with the accreditation of the NGOs, where we have already presented a draft amendment for that decision that will be taken tomorrow. The reason behind our proposal is the following. We have heard from Mr. Caicedo a very long and interesting report. In that report, the NGO Forum expresses their desires, their hopes to play a very expanded role on advisory roles, on the evaluation, on the roles of the new NGOs in non-represented regions, and so on. All those are suggestions coming from the forum that we find interesting, but which we feel that the member states should look into them and decide what type of collaboration do we really need from the NGO forums. Because one of the problems we have with the NGO forums, as he said, is that they are so many. They coming from different backgrounds, that not all of them are clear on what their role in the field should be. So you might have places or countries or member states where an NGO arrives to tell the communities what to do. And this is the type of situation that we would like to avoid, and that everybody that is working toward the objective of our convention is clear about what are the roles of the member states, what are the roles of the communities, what are the roles of the NGOs. So given that, one, there is concern about the cost of creating an open-ended working group. Of course, if we don't have the money, we wouldn't be able to do it. Second, in relation to including this issue, this item into the other open-ended working group that deals with listing mechanism, I would think that this has a separate objective than that one on listing mechanism. That is a very important one. So, Chair, I would suggest then that this resolution would only take note, that's the word, of the report of the NGO Forum, and period. And we will eliminate all the other paragraphs in this resolution that might encourage the belief that the committee has accepted the proposals of the forum in their report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Panama. Now, yes, I think Kuwait is waiting. So over to you, Kuwait. The
Thank
floor
you,
is
Mr.
yours.
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm, listening to our colleagues, and also thanks, the ambassador of Panama. But I think, like we said, it's an important item. I think, what we can do is, change, that decision by saying encourage the open-ended, the ongoing, so, the one, I don't know what the exact name, encourage the open-ended working group to review the proposal of the ICH NGO Forum and its expanded advisory role and report to the 17th session. So we are, encourage, this report to be listed as an item there and to look at it. I don't want to be judged, maybe good things come out of it. I see the point, and then we have a report, it's been done. Let's look at it there. So this is what I, encourage. If we have it on the screen.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, can you repeat, Kuwait, please?
Encourage.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kuwait.
Yes, encourage the open-ended working group to review the proposal until the end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Kuwait. And now I would like to open the floor to Japan. Over to Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's about Kuwait amendment this time. We like the open-ended working group is having a lot of responsibilities coming from the discussion of the previous day already, and we had to have a conclusion with a lot of subjects until June. So, and we have another working group which is going to be sponsored by Sweden on Article 18 and on the relationship with other stakeholders, which is going to have a larger time a larger time frame to discuss on really the relationship and also the Article 18. So I was just wondering if we could change this open-ending working group, not this one which is working and which is going to have a conclusion until June, but Article 18, which is sponsored already. I'm not having any word right now. If the Secretariat can maybe advise and help in this, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Poland is, yeah, over to you, Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do share similar remarks as our distinguished colleague from Japan. However, we are also afraid that putting this item for the separate working group on Article 18 might also not be the best way, because Article 18 concerns only one mechanism of the convention, and the role of NGO Forum definitely goes far beyond the Article 18, and it is sought, it's sought in also other mechanisms. I am wondering if legally we are allowed to keep this the proposal from Panama, but to report not to the 17th session, but to the maybe 18th session. I'm not sure if this committee can take this decision, but definitely a longer time is needed to take due care and a proper reflection that is needed regarding the advisory functions of NGOs than proposed right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. I think I would like to give the floor to our secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I received questions from Brazil, Sweden, Brazil, and Japan, rather specific questions. I think the question from Brazil was about the cost. Can the committee adopt without being sure the resources are available? Indeed, open-ended working groups, intergovernmental working groups require resources, and they've always been resourced, not least because we are expected, according to the provisions of the convention, to finance the participation of experts from developing countries. So whether the committee, I don't want to say what the committee can or cannot adopt, but the question is rather can it be implemented? And it would have to be that no, it cannot be implemented without financial resources, and I think that was discussed. We don't have the resources. The question from Sweden was, what do we think about these working group items, and from Japan, and I think the sense there was the accumulation of working group items. We were able to see we have about 3 or 4 other items that have been discussed since the beginning of the committee to be added to the work of the ongoing intergovernmental working group, which is expected to conclude its extended mandate, should the committee decide tomorrow, by June, with an extraordinary session of the General Assembly. And we are also expected to launch a new working group on this broader implementation of Article 18. And it really, that becomes, in just time frame and workload, quite impossible to do everything at the same time. So there needs to be a structure. I find the reference to the 17th session over-optimistic in our ability to actually deliver on this. And also for the resources would be required. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think now, yeah, I think Panama needs again. Okay, over to you, Panama, please. Panama, over to you. The floor is yours, Panama, now.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I can understand the concerns about the cost of calling on a meeting like this, but the modalities recently have made us accustomed to the Zoom, and even GRULAC has its own Zoom that we can use if it's needed to call for a meeting of an open-ended working group on the NGO forum. So I don't think that would be a problem. Going back to our resolution, I would and listening to all the colleagues and their concern of the amount of work that both NGOs, both open-ended groups have, I would like to go back and suggest, Chair, to look into this resolution into point 1, 2, 3 that have been already adopted. And then point 4 will be take note of the report, and we will finish in that point this resolution. Just take note of the report. And then in the assembly, we will go back and look into this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Panama. Yeah, go to paragraph 4. Yep. But I would like to give the floor to Mr. Curtis. Please, over to you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the proposal from Panama, and as I understand, the proposal from Panama would be to have a new paragraph 4. Could you please scroll up? After paragraph 3, a new paragraph 4, if I'm correct, is the proposal. New paragraph 4, please. Which would be takes note of the report of the NGO Forum, ICH NGO Forum, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Curtis.
And then the proposal would be to delete those paragraphs following.
Yes, Mr. Curtis.
To delete 5, 6, 7, to delete the rest of the, delete the rest of the paragraphs. Is that correct?
Exactly.
But there would be, may I just understand, the last paragraph invites to bring back the agenda.
That will stay. That will stay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we understand. So please, could you scroll down? Now, 10 would stay. To decide a separate item on the report of the Intergovernmental Organization Forum on the provisional agenda of its 17th session.
Exactly.
Okay, this is the proposal, Panama. That everything in between be deleted, although, okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. Again, I think Poland needs the floor. Over to you, Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we appreciate a lot the whole work and the proposal, previous proposal from the distinguished delegate of Panama, we cannot accept this deletion of the points 5, 6, 7, and 8. We believe that the appreciation of the work that is done on voluntary basis shall be kept. This was proposed in due time. We could all take reflection on this, and we would like to have this paragraphs being kept. Thank you.
Yes, I think Shekia is there. Over to you, Shekia.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je serai extrêmement bref. Nous voudrions garder les paragraphes proposés à la suppression. Nous ne comprenons pas pourquoi nous devrions les supprimer. Nous sommes extrêmement reconnaissants au travail du Forum des ONG et des initiatives proposées et on voudrait que ça se reflète dans la décision du comité à ce sujet. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you very much for the comment. And actually, we have already adopted those things, so there won't be any problem. Now, I would like to go to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I will be on the same line as Poland and Czechia. We don't understand why we should actually delete these decisions. And we also would like to note that Sweden is very willing, and we have decided to support a special work on Article 18. And may I take the opportunities to say that we do not want to come into the same situation as yesterday, because we have prepared decisions here, and the suggestions from Panama, although very in the right direction of reflection, I don't think we will be able to get to a conclusion unless we actually delete. We do not take on board the other, which I now see. I'm trying to see whether it's on 7. So I would actually be very clear about, we suggest to delete that. So we're not in favor of this suggestion. So in order to keep on working forward, we are not, I'm repeating, we are on the same line as Poland and Czech, do not want to have these decisions deleted, and we prefer not to have the amendment of Panama at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sweden. And now I would like to open the floor to Netherlands. Over to Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are on the same line. We would not want to delete the paragraphs for reasons which are twofold. One, from a content perspective, but also from a procedural perspective, because we've already adopted the paragraphs. So we cannot go back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Côte d'Ivoire, over to you.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président, merci. Mais bonjour à tous les délégués. Nous allons être brefs. Nous nous joignons donc à la position de la Pologne, de la Tchéquie et de la Suède aux Pays-Bas. Merci.
Yes, I think Panama, can you agree to these comments from the others, please? Over to you, Panama. No, we don't get the sound.
Okay now?
Now it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I can understand the colleagues' concerns about appreciating the work of the NGO forums, which we do too. But our concern is basically that we hope, honestly, we hope that the report is not taken as a approval, has been approved by this committee. This is a document of their hopes and their expectations of the roles that the NGO forum should play in advising the group of evaluation of our convention. So in this sense, I would like to help in this discussion and taking into account that there's not much time, that in the agendas of this meeting, a paragraph being established where the delegation of Panama understands that the report presented by the NGO forums at no time implies any commitment of this committee to the proposal submitted by the forum, and this issue will be submitted for consideration at the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Curtis, over to you, and you can comment on this, please.
No, we take note of the statement of Panama, which will be included in the summary report of the committee meeting. And so I will ask the team to delete this one. Yes, please delete. Please delete also. And Panama's statement will be noted in the oral report, the official of the summary records of the meeting. Sorry, the summary records of the meeting which are published. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I think now we will remove the amendment, and yes. Now paragraph 8. So I think, yes, I see no objections for that. So therefore, I would like to happily adopt paragraph 8. Adopted paragraph 8. Yeah. Now let's go to paragraph 9. The English version, please. Paragraph 9. Yeah. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Sorry, just to point out that there is an issue with the alignment of numbers. It is the English version that has the correct numbers of the paragraphs. The French version is one number off. That will be fixed later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. And now let's move to paragraph 9. Yeah. Paragraph 9 include a separate item on the report of the Non-Governmental Organizations Forum on the provisional agenda of the next session of the committee. Yeah, I think there is no objection. Therefore, in total, we would like to adopt. So I would like to adopt 9. Adopted. So now, in total, Shepo, I would like to, yes, now you can see on the screen. Therefore, seeing no objection, I therefore declare decision 6. So we have now adopted each of the paragraphs, and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. So seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com/9 adopted as it appears on the screens. Thank you very much for the healthy debates. Thank you. Now we will move on to 16.com item. Yes, item 9, okay? 10. Item 10. Item 10. Move on to item 10 now. Yes. Here, iOS Evaluation 2021 of UNESCO's action in the framework of the 2003 Convention. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item to us. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So this is the second time that UNESCO's Internal Oversight Service, or the IOS, undertakes an evaluation of the 2003 Convention. A first evaluation was conducted in 2013, when IOS started a cycle of evaluations of UNESCO's culture conventions. In fact, the 2003 Convention is the first amongst the 6 conventions that received a follow-up second evaluation. Dear committee members, please note that this item includes 2 documents: the working document LHE/21/16.com/10rev and the information document LHE/21/16.com/inf.10.rev. So please allow me to briefly explain the structure of both documents. Document 10 presents the main results of the 2021 iOS evaluation. It includes the executive summary in section A with key findings of the evaluation, a set of 12 recommendations in section B, as well as the corresponding management response for each of the recommendations in section C. The document was first published without the management response since the results of the evaluation became available only towards the end of October. The revised document was published on 24th of November to include the management response, which was prepared in consultation with the culture sector as a whole, the education sector, and the central services of UNESCO. The information document 10 includes the full report as drafted and submitted by iOS, as well as its annexes. This information document was revived on the 8th of December 2021 in order to provide a layout version of the iOS report to the committee. With your permission, I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Katia Sadiakina-Riviere, Evaluation Manager from UNESCO's Internal Oversight Service Evaluation Office, to present to us a brief review on the evaluation report.
Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity to present the findings of this evaluation. Let me start by introducing the evaluation team. There were 4 of us, including myself as the lead evaluator and evaluation manager, and my colleague, Mr. Diego Millan Troches. We work at the UNESCO Evaluation Office. Ms. Meenakshi Shankar, an education and evaluation expert, worked with us on the assessment of the Living Heritage and Education program. And Dr. Michael Atwood Mason, Intangible Cultural Heritage expert, completed the assessment of international assistance projects. Now, as was mentioned by the Secretary, 8 years have gone by since the previous evaluation by iOS. And I would like to mention that this evaluation did not aim to repeat the exercise that was done in 2013, which was a very comprehensive assessment of this normative instrument. Rather, this evaluation was requested by the culture sector to take stock of some of the achievements and challenges and to inform the work going forward. Because since the previous evaluation, the convention has matured significantly and reached nearly universal ratification. There have also been many reforms, such as the development of the overall results framework. Now, the scope of our work included mainly activities from 2018 onwards. However, for the assessment of international assistance and capacity building, we also looked at work that predated 2018. Now, with regards to methodology, due to the pandemic, we had to do all of our data collection and analysis remotely. But as we have now all mastered video conference technology, we were able to interview 95 people remotely. And these included representatives of states, parties, NGOs, Category 2 centers, some other partners, including facilitators, and the many UNESCO staff who work on the convention around the world. We also ran 2 surveys, one of member states, and we received responses from 89 member states. And I would like to thank you all because this is a very high contribution. We also did a survey of the many partners of this convention and received 154 answers. Finally, we did an assessment of the many projects that comprise completed international assistance and the Living Heritage and Education projects. Due to the pandemic, as the Secretariat's events were also taking place online, we were able to observe many of them, including the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, but also some of the capacity building events that were taking place. Now I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about some of the main findings that came out of this exercise. And due to the limited time I have available, I'd like to focus on 3 main messages today. The first message has to do with priorities, and I think this will resonate with many of the people here today. So in our evaluation surveys and in interviews, we asked stakeholders, including member states, about the top priorities with regards to safeguarding living heritage in your countries. And there were 3 areas that emerged. The first one is with regards to developing national policies and legislation. The second one is about building capacity of government staff and in-country expertise. And the third one is to continue raising awareness of the importance of living heritage. Now, at the same time, we found that there is a mismatch between the priorities identified in the evaluation and the reality that is facing the Secretariat of the Convention. So, as we have been seeing, the statutory demands are on the rise. The convention now has 180 states parties, so there are more nomination files to the listing mechanisms, including multinational nominations. There are more international assistance requests. There are more periodic reports coming in, and there are more and more intergovernmental and expert meetings. I believe that the Secretariat's report to this committee mentions just 14 meetings that took place in just 1.5 years. Now, the Secretariat's budget and staffing situation has, however, not been growing at the same rate as the demands, and the evaluation found that the Secretariat is not adequately capacitated to meet both statutory and programmatic demands of states parties. It has had to give priority to statutory requests, but we have to say that this has come at the expense of further investing in global capacity building and in awareness and outreach awareness raising and outreach efforts. In the organogram that you can see here, all of the boxes that are blue show staff working on statutory matters, whereas all of the boxes shown in gray show staff that are working on the program. And you can see that there are twice as many staff working on statutory matters than those working on the program. In conclusion, we say that strategic decisions on priorities will need to be made in the near future, and the evaluation issues one recommendation to issue this important issue in front of this committee and also in front of UNESCO's senior management. Now, moving on to my second message, the evaluation found a number of significant results that highlight the important links between living heritage and sustainable development. And these also give some pointers for the future development of the program. For example, the Global Capacity Building Program has been expanding into new areas such as emergencies and education that involve stakeholders outside the cultural sphere. And I wanted to illustrate this with an example that was quite telling because I was able to observe a training earlier on this year that took place in the Philippines on ICH in emergencies. And it had a dual purpose. The first was to demonstrate how living heritage is impacted by the many disasters that take place in the Philippines. But the second is also how living heritage can be mobilized to mitigate the effects of disaster. The training brought together nearly 40 participants from all over the islands in the Philippines, including not only cultural practitioners and policymakers, but also, importantly, disaster risk reduction specialists. And this resulted in dialogue and in the participants understanding how closely living heritage and disasters are intertwined and the role that living heritage continues to play in their mitigation. Another example that I wanted to provide on the link between living heritage and sustainable development is the Living Heritage and Education Program, which is an initiative launched by the Secretariat in 2017. As you know, UNESCO is the lead coordinating agency for both SDG 4, but also the lead UN agency for culture. It's therefore very well placed to demonstrate the value of integrating living heritage into education programs. And this was done earlier this year with a training of nearly 40 education practitioners. Now, the evaluation concludes that more reflection and joint work will be required with ministries of education, but the future looks promising. The evaluation makes several recommendations to encourage the Secretariat to further strengthen the link between its programs and sustainable development. These include further developing the Global Capacity Building Program, as well as reflecting with the education sector on the future scope of the Living Heritage and Education Program. Finally, the evaluation highlights joint work with other culture conventions on topics that are of shared interest to all of these instruments. And topics include commercialization and intellectual property, as well as cultural tourism, as all of these have important consequences for the livelihoods of communities and therefore have the potential of further strengthening the link between living heritage and sustainable development. Now, this brings me to my third and last finding. During this evaluation, we were in contact with the many partners of this convention, such as Category 2 centers, accredited NGOs, UNESCO chairs, university networks. And these partners play a very important role, both in the capacity building program, but also support periodic reporting, research, safeguarding projects. Now, what we found is that these partners are somewhat underutilized, but especially that their work is not sufficiently visible, particularly in the convention's knowledge management efforts. Now, as has been mentioned earlier, demands on the Secretariat are rising and its resources are not. And therefore, it's really important that the Living Heritage entity, but even this committee, optimize collaboration with partners that serve the common objectives of all. This will require strengthening direct engagement with partners, including to get a better grasp for how they can contribute to UNESCO's work. In conclusion, I would like to say that this evaluation issued 12 recommendations. You can find them in the documents that are presented to you today. And I am happy to answer any questions that you have on this evaluation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Sediakina Rivera, for your comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much. And this solid report clearly presents the significant achievements of the 2003 Convention. And this evaluation will certainly be crucial in informing UNESCO's future efforts to guide its member states in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. The recommendations included in your evaluation are very much welcome. Before I open the floor for discussion, would the Secretariat wish to comment on the IOS presentation first? Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just briefly to take this opportunity to thank the evaluation team of the IOS for its work and also generating these findings and lessons learned, which are indeed extremely useful for us. Just to point out also that a lot of the work we've done over the last 8 years has been as a result of the previous IOS evaluation. It does recommend, as we mentioned earlier, that the convention is at somewhat of a crossroad. And in other words, the decisions that the governing bodies will take at these junctures will determine how the convention will grow for the next 10 years and how effective this instrument can continue to be for its partners around the world. And of course, I must point out the importance of recommendation number 1 about setting priorities for the use of the available resources and to do so against the growing demands made by the many stakeholders of the convention. As Secretary, I will continue to seek the committee's indications as well as that of the General Assembly as to what the priority areas in which we should focus our efforts. The request made to the committee under item 5B on the report of the Secretariat to prepare information on its main activities with cost implications and workload-related issues would be a first step to facilitate the committee to take stock of the situation, provide guidance, and establish priorities. For other recommendations, a number of provisions have been proposed in the draft plan for the use of the resources of the ICH Fund for 2022 and 2023 that the committee will examine under item 13. I would also like to draw attention to the fact that the implementation of these recommendations will also be subject to the priorities defined by the governing bodies, combined with the availability of supplementary resources. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis, for sharing your reaction to the iOS evaluation, particularly on the recommendations. So before I open the floor for debate, I would like to get about 5-minute break. It's good for both of us. So thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute break.
On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural. So, Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.
Yes, welcome back again. We'll move forward. I think now I would like to open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor now? Yes, I think I can see. Yeah? starting from Brazil, right? Yes, so I will start with Brazil. Over to you, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all committee colleagues, state parties, the evaluation body, and the Secretariat of the Convention for the excellent work and dedication over the past few days. We would like to acknowledge the important task accomplished by the Internal Oversight Service, IOS, in its evaluation of UNESCO's action in the framework of the 2003 Convention. At IFAM, the National Historic and Artistic Heritage Institute in Brazil, and our delegation to UNESCO, we answered the online survey sent to UNESCO's member states, and we are glad to receive now the findings of this overall evaluation and the 12 key recommendations made by the IOS to the improvement of the organization's mandate. We must add our voices to the understanding that the 2003 Convention is one of the most successful normative instruments in cultural cooperation, having achieved almost universal ratification in its 18 years of existence, and being able to make the international foundations and principles on cultural heritage more plural and democratic. Besides what was already pointed out in Brazil's periodic report and our intervention on point 7b, we would only add some general comments on what we believe is decisive for the future of our convention. We would like to underline the essential role of national and regional offices of UNESCO, whose capacities to support nation states in the implementation of UNESCO's cultural conventions should be reinforced, especially regarding information data as periodic reporting and requests for international assistance. Secondly, we fully agree with the iOS recommendations on a communication strategy for the 2003 Convention, including the use of social media, the promotion of the international assistance mechanism to a wider public, and the production of outreach materials to different social groups, especially youth. We also welcome the iOS recommendation on a more comprehensive and continuous approach to the capacity building activities for periodic reporting, which respond to some of the observations made by GRULA countries in our assessment of the present cycle, regarding the need to begin preparing earlier and more profoundly for this important monitoring instrument. Finally, we maintain that integrating living heritage in education policies and more generally, deepening the synergies between cultural and educational sectors and national and international institutions in the field of natural resources and natural heritage are some of the greatest challenges and opportunities for the strengthening of the 2003 Convention and its contribution to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And there are a number of participants who want to take the floor. I would like to read those. Kazakhstan, Czechia, Azerbaijan, Kuwait, Switzerland, Sweden, Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands, and Japan. Now I will give the floor to Kazakhstan. Over to you, Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, dear Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor. If you allow me, we have general comments on that, on this item. My delegation considers this item to be of high importance and relevance of our committee in implementing the substantial part of its mandate in convention implementation. In country reports and statements of the respected committee members during the session, all of us take notes on success and progress, sometimes with the mentioning of the lessons learned. However, we need to consider also our gaps and missing issues, which, if neglected, may impact negatively on our work plans and delay its implementations. The professional comments from competent oversight are always helpful, whether we like it or not. First of all, we would like to thank the Internal Oversight Service for its comprehensive evaluation resulted in findings, considering of lessons learned, and proposing recommendations regarding the relevance and effectiveness of UNESCO actions in the framework of the 2003 Convention. It's a very good example of internal evaluation, also due to the brilliant composition of known experts involved. Next, we'd like to commend Secretariat of Living Heritage Entity as it is referred in the text of report. The management response to the 12 recommendations was quite sufficient and reflected the ongoing activities and next steps in order to improve the convention implementation environment. As the report truly mentions, UNESCO staff around the world reveal weaknesses in the network expertise and capacity to cover all regions and thematic areas. I would like to raise the role of important stakeholders, namely Category 2 centers and UNESCO chairs. These institutions are mentioned in report and considered the valuable actors in capacity building programs and networking. We'd like to recall some important activities conducted by these actors in Central Asia and Asia Pacific in 2020-2021, the evaluation period, which targeted the ICH bureaus and ICH communities. We all want to put them in the focus of our activities. Also, we'd like to mention the ICH Links digital platform developed by ICH CAP in cooperation initially in 2020 with Malaysia, Mongolia, Vietnam, Korea, and Kazakhstan. And in 2021, joined by Bhutan, Cambodia, Singapore, India, Fiji, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. This digital platform, which you may wish to visit at ICH CAP, web portal gives the direct audiovisual access to the living heritage as it is with bureaus and communities, which we all want to put in the focus of our activities. This activity found a strong interest among the general public and motivated artisans and local communities to join and present the ICH manifestations. Another strong point is the use of modern IT technologies, which makes the platform interesting for younger generation. Next, we wish to remind about the pilot exercise of involving 12 member countries to review the present status of the Nowruz, New Year's Spring Festival, which is the part of representative list, and the implementation of the local level. This webinar took place in the city of Shymkent in Kazakhstan in March of this year within the celebration of the city of Shymkent 2020 200 years anniversary. The webinar was organized by the UNESCO, thanks to another UNESCO partner in Central Asia, International Institute of Central Asia Studies in Samarkand, which was recently the Category 2 center also. The assist of Central Asia and West Asia countries in arranging the network of artisans and craftsmen of the Great Silk Road. The activity is the part of broader cooperation between the national commissions and ICH CAP and is very promising. We hope that live examples of the value-added activities of the Category 2 centers and UNESCO chairs in promoting and facilitating the Convention 2003 implementation will be helpful in planning activities. Also, the focal points in UNESCO field offices can involve national ICH committees in their consultations with Category 2 centers and UNESCO chairs, which are mentioned in Secretariat Response to Recommendation 12. In conclusion, we'd like to support the proposed draft decision and contribute to its implementation with our next activities. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kazakhstan, and now over to Czechia.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci pour cet excellent document, très utile. Nous sommes sensibles à l'analyse présentée qui vise une approche plus stratégique dans la mise en œuvre de notre convention et à rendre le PCI encore plus accessible au grand public. Le résumé analytique et les 12 recommandations d'IOS sont judicieuses à notre avis et il est évident que le succès de la convention et augmentation de l'agenda y associé se traduit par la nécessité de définir les priorités compte tenu des ressources humaines et financières limitées. En particulier, nous soutenons la recommandation 1 concernant les priorités et l'utilisation des ressources, qui est fondamentale pour toutes les autres, et la recommandation 2, selon laquelle les données des rapports périodiques doivent être publiées en ligne dans un format facile à comprendre et à utiliser pour servir non seulement d'exemple de bonnes pratiques au niveau national, mais aussi pour définir les tendances de la sauvegarde du PCI en général. En ce qui concerne la recommandation 3, nous comprenons que le secteur culturel réfléchit depuis un certain temps aux synergies entre toutes les conventions culturelles, mais nous aurions besoin de voir l'impact concret de ces réflexions. Aussi, nous accueillons favorablement les orientations pour une meilleure interaction entre elles. En ce qui concerne la recommandation 8, il est possible de dire que si l'expérience de la pandémie nous a apporté quelque chose, c'est bien la possibilité de mieux utiliser l'espace virtuel et les formations en ligne auxquelles un plus grand nombre de participants peuvent prendre part. Nous sommes très favorables à la recommandation 10 et nous pensons par expérience que ce type de plateforme rassemblant des exemples de bonnes pratiques, de méthodologies et de mesures peut être un outil essentiel pour une meilleure mise en œuvre de la Convention. Nous apprécions beaucoup les réponses aux recommandations préparées par le secrétariat et à ce sujet, nous aimerions savoir comment l'ordre de priorité de la recommandation 1 devrait être mis en œuvre exactement et si un plan d'action pour sa mise en œuvre sera développé avec un calendrier prévu. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Shakia. And now I would like to invite Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank on behalf of my delegation, the Secretariat, especially the UNESCO Internal Oversight Services for the evaluation of 2003 Convention presented to our session today. And we do believe that such evaluations bring a different perspective to the functioning and process in place in different sectors and programs at UNESCO. And we do appreciate the work of the UNESCO Internal Oversight Services for having focused on 2003 Convention, particularly in this time around in the course of 2021. Azerbaijan also welcomes the recommendations formulated by the Internal Oversight Services in relation to 2003 Convention, notably those addressed to the living heritage entity and the culture sector. And we were pleased to see the management response from the Secretariat that is very positive. My delegation also particularly appreciates the recommendation of iOS that directly relate to building synergies with other conventions and programs and promote intersectoral approaches. In that sense, we have taken note of the recommendation 3 formulated by your iOS to create working groups to tackle priorities thematic areas that require a multi-convention response, such as commercialization and intellectual property, cultural tourism, and education. Azerbaijan believes that such working groups should also be created on the role of culture and heritage in overcoming the consequences of pandemics, natural and human disasters, as well as situations of the conflict and displacement. Intangible cultural heritage plays an important role in this context. We have also noted with great interest and also support the recommendation 1 of iOS on the necessity of establishing priorities for the use of the limited resources of the 2003 Convention Secretariat. However, we do find that the management response to this should be much stronger from the UNESCO culture sector. We do call upon the Secretariat to think about concrete practical steps for increasing the number of posts within the Secretariat of the Convention that is gaining now even more attention of the state parties and different communities. The committee should be able to receive concrete proposals on this from the Secretariat as early as its next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. Now the floor is open to Kuwait. Over to you, Kuwait.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you to the iOS team on this very helpful and very insightful file. The main purpose of this document, as stated, is to generate findings, lessons learned, and recommendations regarding the effectiveness of the ICH Convention. And so it is good to see that the iOS aligns with the statement we had made prior with regards to improving the capabilities of facilitators and other authors and academics, when we suggested including courses in departments of social sciences. We learned from the iOS about the importance of the positive impact that formal education has on bringing ICH closer to the hearts of people. And we suggest to start with UNESCO schools, for example. And we commend Lebanon and Uganda on their pilot projects with primary schools and universities. These pilot projects are positive directions to increasing the visibility of ICH, which is something we all agree on. And as mentioned with regards to the committee and its bureau, we welcome the excellent suggestion for proposed decisions and amendments to be circulated to the bureau and other committee members so that it can be discussed ahead of time. We agree with the iOS and we welcome the encouragement of transparency of the decision-making process around the listing. And first, with regards to the evaluation body, we must commend them and thank them for their work. We learned that each file takes a minimum of 3 hours and can take up to a whole day. Multinational files, we learned, can take up to several days. This is their commitment to the noble mission of making sure that the files comply with the requirements. And so we agree with the suggestion and welcome the need for a significant simplification of procedure, as has been our stance in the working groups and other forums. And as such, we would like to ask the iOS if they have any benchmarks and indicators concerning the work of the convention and its programs and initiatives and activities, which we would hope to see reflected in the next iOS document, because this goes in line with the result-oriented approach that we all strive for. Finally, we would like to thank the iOS evaluators and the Living Heritage Sector team, as well as the state parties and experts and facilitators and others who contributed to this important and successful document that did exactly what it set out to do, so that we may all benefit in making our ICH convention successful. Because as we learned, the main purpose of this iOS evaluation is to generate findings, lessons learned, and recommendations regarding the effectiveness of the ICH convention, and we commend them on doing just that. So thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Kuwait, for your comments. And now I would like to open the floor to Switzerland. Over to you, Switzerland.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, chers collègues.
Go ahead, we can hear you very well.
La Suisse aimerait tout d'abord saluer la qualité et la pertinence de cette seconde évaluation de la Convention de 2003, qui met en exergue des défis et enjeux importants dont certains ont déjà été discutés lors de cette session d'ailleurs. Les 12 recommandations constituent des orientations relativement larges et diverses qui nécessitent d'être priorisées et opérationnalisées. C'est pourquoi il nous paraît nécessaire qu'un plan d'action doté d'un calendrier et d'une analyse des coûts soit présenté au prochain comité pour information. Un tel plan pourrait également soutenir la réalisation de la première recommandation, la plus importante, à savoir l'établissement de priorités pour l'utilisation des ressources limitées du secrétariat. Cette planification permettrait également de favoriser des démarches pour l'obtention de contributions volontaires. Nous relevons également la recommandation concernant la gestion, l'analyse et la valorisation des données collectées par le biais des rapports périodiques. Comme mentionné déjà au point 7b, la Suisse recommande d'introduire une analyse du rapport entre coût et efficacité pour l'ensemble du processus des rapports périodiques. Monsieur le Président, nous aimerions encore relever que nous ne voyons pas apparaître les commissions nationales de l'UNESCO comme partenaires spécifiques alors qu'elles peuvent avoir une valeur ajoutée évidente au niveau local et méritent de pouvoir bénéficier aux besoins du renforcement de capacités. Si elles sont comprises dans l'appellation d'État partie, il serait bien de le spécifier. Enfin, au regard des recommandations 2 et 3, le secrétariat pourrait-il nous informer sur l'implication de l'entité du patrimoine vivant dans le processus de préparation de Mondia Culte, ainsi que dans le cadre de la nouvelle plateforme interagence de l'UNESCO sur la culture pour le développement durable. Nous ne sommes notamment pas certains de comprendre la manière dont fonctionne l'engagement auprès d'autres organisations. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. I think Secretariat will answer all the questions after hearing all the delegates. Now I would like to open the floor to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden welcomes the 2021 evaluation of UNESCO's action in the framework of the 2003 Convention conducted by the IOS. We appreciate the high quality analysis and the clear recommendations provided. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the management response and for having accepted the recommendations. We are proud to be a part of the work that has made the 2003 Convention so successful in raising awareness of ICH worldwide. We welcome also the IOS recommendation number 1, that there is indeed a need to establish strategic priorities in the work of the Convention, as well as recommendation number 6, which touches on the overall results framework and some of Sweden's priorities, such as community involvement and gender equality. We note that the Secretariat shares the view of the IOS on these matters. Sweden also see the IOS recommends continued intersectoral collaboration between the education sector and the living heritage entity in recommendation number 4, something we support. We agree with recommendation number 9 and appreciate the response given by management as well as the support given to member states by the Secretariat in the process of the periodic reporting. We see the positive results, how the work has given us new knowledge and new forms of collaboration. Sweden took an active part in the IOS evaluation, and as a participant of the 2021 cycle for periodic reporting, there was one point that we raised that is of particular importance to us, so we would like to raise it here. First, the reporting has given us so positive results, and we are so grateful for the help provided by the Secretariat. But we also feel that the reporting form in its current status is far too complex. A priority for the reporting exercise is involvement of practitioners. However, the language used in the forms are too bureaucratic and complicated and therefore difficult to transmit to the ones actually working with safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. We believe this should be revised for the next reporting cycle and will be happy to assist the Secretariat in any way we can. The report contains several important conclusions that we all can benefit from, both in the national and international work. One field to further develop, and mentioned in recommendation number 10 and 12, is to highlight and develop the involvement of partner networks, such as ICH NGO Forum, Category 2 centers, and UNESCO shares. For example, to better demonstrate the link between safeguarding ICH and sustainable development. Finally, Sweden once again thanks the IOS for this excellent report and notes the need for human and financial resources, and would once again encourage member states to contribute with voluntary resources in order to strengthen the implementation of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sweden. And now I would like to open the floor to Saudi Arabia. Over to you, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you. Good evening to everybody who's joining us from other parts of the world. Since this is my very first intervention in this committee, I'd like to assure you of my utmost cooperation moving forward with the deliberations of this item and the upcoming ones. We'd like first to thank the IOS for the valuable evaluation and recommendations, as well as the Secretariat for its response. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make 4 remarks on this very important item. The first one is that the evaluation describes the lack of human capital within the Secretariat to manage programs with the current team fully dedicated to statutory work, as this has been described as a real problem and a roadblock. The second remark, Mr. Chair, is that there is no clear description of how the Secretariat will establish strategic priorities, in particular between program support and statutory requirements. Thirdly, the recommendations are all accepted by management, which we highly appreciate. However, as mentioned by several member states, there is no clear roadmap or action plan to implement these recommendations. In this regard, Mr. Chair, we'll be making 1 minor amendment to the DR once it's open, to ensure clear timelines and outcomes are reflected. Last but not least, I'd like, Mr. Chair, to refer you all to page 8, key finding number 11 of the IOS report, where it clearly states, and I'm quoting, that the international assistance mechanism remains unknown for some states parties and many face difficulties to apply it. We have witnessed a case in this year's session where this challenge was triggered, resulting in a situation where the committee was presented with a document suggesting an inscription requiring the approval of the General Assembly, which created a peculiar discussion between member states and led to an even more confusion due to this precedence. We thank the IOS for highlighting this very valuable finding, which clearly shows that there is more work that needs to be done by the Secretariat in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Now I would like to open the floor to the Netherlands. Over to you, Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, we would like to thank the International Oversight Services Unit for the interesting evaluation report, and we warmly welcome the recommendations of the report. We would like to highlight some points. We are currently gathering a lot of data from different evaluations. Besides the IOS report, we also have the periodic reporting, and at the same time, we have the open-ended working group on the listing mechanisms. We are curious to see how all this data will relate to each other and how it will complement and reinforce each other. An important point in the IOS report is also about data amounts and how to make it available and easily accessible. The report also states that it needs to prioritize outreach to include a non-expert audience, including the public, and especially focus on youth, including social media that presents information in digestible and attractive formats. We think this is very important, and we are in favor of this recommendation. Another recommendation of the report is that member states need technical support to integrate living heritage into education policies at the national level. As noted in several documents in the framework of this committee meeting, further reflection on scope and priorities will be required by the culture and education sector to take this important work forward. Finally, what will the recommendations of the many priorities of the IOS report mean for the work of the Secretariat and the Living Heritage entity in the light of already existing constraints on human and financial resources? In line with what our respected colleague from Czechia already stated, we are also wondering what the order of priorities will be. It looks like we might have to prioritize the priorities. How will we manage this? Thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Netherlands, for your comments. And now the floor is open to Japan. Over to you, Japan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We also would like to thank the Internal Oversight Service to have completed this report under the current constraint of the COVID pandemic. We are delighted that the IOS recognized the convention to be one of the most successful in raising awareness and visibility thus ensuring the viability of the intangible cultural heritage. We also note the concerns that due to its success, the mechanism is under pressure of the needs of member states, as a lot of other member countries have stated, including capacity building and growth of nomination to the listing mechanism. Besides, there are also new important fields also mentioned of nominations, like protecting heritage from disasters and emergencies, and the cooperation with the education sector in the fields such as the education for sustainable development. We know that the Secretariat can do everything, and therefore we see a clear need for prioritization as stated by the IOS report in the recommendation 1. On this point, we are looking forward for the information paper that the Secretariat is planning to prepare, stated at item 5B, decision 7 of the Commission for the 17th session, which will, is stated, on its main report on its main activity with cost implication and workload related issues and the priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I think we have heard a lot of comments from all the participants. Thank you very much for all those things. And also we must thank the IOS evaluation team. And therefore I would like to open the floor to Katya Sedia Kina Rivera. Over to you, Katya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much for all the positive feedback and comments received, which are very much appreciated. I believe there was only one question directly to IOS from Kuwait on indicators that can be helpful in measuring progress. And I believe that it's the overall results framework that was approved for the convention a few years back that already has a very helpful set of indicators that can be used and are already being put in place in the periodic reporting mechanism. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katya. Now I would like to request Mr. Curtis, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank IOS again, and I thank all the member states for the comments and also some of the questions. Perhaps I'll start with the question that seemed to be the most recurrent, which was asked by Czechia, which I think was also asked by Netherlands, by Saudi Arabia, which was about, and Japan, mentioned by Japan, about how to establish the priorities. And I also think Japan also pointed to where we believe the answer is, because you will remember under item 5B that there was an adoption of the decision, which indeed is meant to lead us to do the work to enable you as the member states to establish those priorities. And I'll just read that decision in its full. Request that the Secretariat prepares information on its main activities with cost implications and workload-related issues for examination by the 17th session of the committee, who may take stock of the situation, provide guidance, and establish priorities. So indeed, we received this report not long before this session, and we need the time to fully elaborate the costs and the implications of all of these recommendations and present it to the next session of the committee so that the committee may decide and guide us on where the priorities lie. There were some other questions, if I might address them, from Azerbaijan. Indeed, the issue of posts is very clear in recommendation number 1, the issue of structural issue of the Secretariat. These are discussions that are perhaps not only within the sector, but also at a house-wide level. They include posts, they include the required funding, and the support needed given to UNESCO to be able to operate. Switzerland has some questions on Mondiacult and work with other agencies. We are working with our colleagues, in fact, down the corridor on the preparations of the Mondiacult within the sector, and I myself has participated in some of the discussions, particularly those concerning climate change and indigenous knowledge and so on, with the team preparing for Mondiacult. So we're, as all parts of the culture sector feeding into that work. And as for work with other agencies, it has been more limited lately with the pandemic, but our officers, our field officers work very closely with other agencies in the UNCT contexts by implementing the various UN programs at country level, and we have a number of projects and programs which are integrated with other agencies. We've done some work quite a bit with FAO recently on food security and living heritage and other issues. For Sweden, I can only fully agree that we need to make the language of the periodic reporting much more accessible. We started, this was the first year, these have been the first 2 years, and we take note and appreciate for the offer for assistance to help us advance in that direction. We will surely be following up on that with you. I also heard, sorry, just 1 minute. I think those are the biggest questions, the most direct questions that I received. And I hope I've answered all the questions. I'm not, but if not, please ask again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I think 2 delegates wants to, observers, I think. They are observers. First, Norway. Over to you, Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. No, I can see I'm upside down on your screen maybe, but here I'm sitting on the floor. Norway would like to support the view of Sweden and Brazil. We want to underline how the overall result framework has increased the understanding of the work with ICH on a broader basis, with references to the periodic report, which are based on this framework. As many state parties from Latin America and Europe has pointed out earlier, the periodic report has required an extensive effort. Our process with the report have increased awareness and monitored the ICH activities on both regional and international level, in addition to the national level. It required a broad involvement process where especially the accredited NGOs and experts who knows the UNESCO system, in addition to NGOs of indigenous people and national minorities, played a crucial role. They contributed with insight and knowledge, as well as anchoring the work. In the report, the state parties are asked to report on activities that includes so much more than the listing mechanisms. And this work has given us insight on the work with the convention in a more comprehensive way. The capacity building process for the focal points was crucial in understanding the process and strengthening the regional collaboration, and should be further developed. Although it has been extensive work, the regional periodic report process based on the overall results framework will contribute to see the work with the convention on a broader basis on the international level. This should be considered when the committee decides on future priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Norway. And now I go to Estonia. Over to you, Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for recognizing this intervention, considering your demanding task of fairness and the graceful accommodative approach. Estonia would like to endorse our continuous commitment to the 2003 Convention and express our appreciation of all the work carried out in various sectors. Estonia, and me personally, as a UNESCO chairholder in the living heritage field, want to underline item 10, the recommendation that suggests increased involvement of UNESCO chairs, who present an immense potential in combining living heritage, higher education, and sustainable development goals. We welcome the growing number of UNESCO chairs engaged with this convention in all regions and hope for their growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estonia, and I would like to thank all the participants for their positive comments and this active participation. Thank you very much. And now, there are no more requests for the floor, therefore, let us move to the draft decision. Please refer to document LHE/21/16.com/10 revenue. So, and its draft decision in paragraph 18. So, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com/10 as shown on the screen? And let us proceed paragraph by paragraph. So, let me move on to paragraph 1. Citing the document we have examined. I see no objection, therefore I adopt it. Adopted. And moving to paragraph 2, recalling the previous iOS evaluation of 2013. Are there any objections? I see no objection, so I adopt it. Adopted. Paragraph 3, welcoming the iOS evaluation of 2021 that was presented to us. Are there any objections? I see none. Therefore, I adopt it. Adopted. Moving to paragraph 4, acknowledging the current challenges brought about the significantly broadened scope and success of the 2003 convention. Are there any objections? No, I see none. So I adopt it. Adopted. So paragraph 5, calling on the Secretariat to ensure. Yep. Yeah, I think Saudi Arabia is. Over to you, Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor again. As promised, we have one minor amendment to this paragraph. We would like to, and I'm going to read it as follows.
What is your paragraph number?
No, it's the same. It's paragraph 5. The
5.
one that
Okay. Go ahead.
For discussion now. Instead of saying, Mr. Chair calls on the Secretary to ensure adequate follow-up, we recommend reflecting what's been happening in the debate, and of course, in the light of the answer we got from Mr. Tim, the Secretary to ICH, that item 5B is indeed asking the Secretary to develop the priorities and the cost implications. However, we'd like to see these recommendations reflected in clear timelines and outcomes to be presented to the General Assembly, the upcoming one, upon which the Secretariat can develop its priorities to be presented in the 17th session. So we would like to say, calls on the Secretariat to develop a roadmap with clear timelines and outcomes reflecting the recommendations. And then the text goes on as it stands, and then urges states parties. We basically take it to another paragraph where it says urges states parties to provide financial contributions. So we divide the paragraph into 2, and we change ensure adequate follow-up to develop a roadmap with clear timelines and outcomes reflecting. I don't know if the typist is following what I'm saying.
Okay, I would like to request Mr. Curtis, over to you.
Thank you, and I thank the delegate from Saudi Arabia. So we understand that the proposal is to split the paragraph into 2. So it calls on the Secretariat to develop a roadmap with clear timelines and,
and
can
outcomes,
you, yes?
And outcomes
timelines
reflecting
and outcomes.
Reflecting their recommendations.
Reflecting the recommendations. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Yep.
And the rest of the text stands. And of course, as you said, Mr. Curtis, that we divide the two paragraphs
Okay.
into two. Yeah.
Thank you. So
Yes, I think. Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. I think Kuwait needs the floor. Over to you, Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kuwait would like also to support this minor amendment by Saudi Arabia, like our colleagues said, and also I heard from our colleagues from Czechia and Switzerland, and I'm quoting, they're saying, they want to see an action plan with a timeline. So this is, I think, in the right direction. So Kuwait also, as I said, supporting this minor amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can see a hand raised by Bangladesh, but they are not in the committee, so therefore it's difficult to give the floor at this moment, maybe later. So thank you very much, Bangladesh. Yeah, over to Cameroon. Yes, Cameroon, the floor is yours, Cameroon, now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me passer la parole. Je voudrais, au nom du Cameroun, saluer le travail de l'UES sur le rapport de l'action de l'UNESCO dans le cadre de la Convention de 2003. Et nous avons bien lu les différentes recommandations qui nous semblent très pertinentes, celles qui concernent l'éducation, le renforcement de capacités et une plus grande implication des partenaires, les centres de catégorie 2, les chaires, à la sensibilisation, à la visibilité de la Convention. Et nous voulons, ici, au moment de prendre cette décision, soutenir la proposition qui vient d'être faite par l'Arabie saoudite et le Koweït quant au plan, au calendrier à mettre en place, cette feuille de route qui nous permettra de mieux nous impliquer par la suite. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Switzerland. Over to you, Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous aussi, nous soutenons la proposition d'amendement qui a été faite par l'Arabie saoudite et comme mentionné par le Koweït, effectivement, nous avons fait référence à un plan d'action. Néanmoins, le terme roadmap, feuille de route en français, nous conviendrait aussi. Mais ce que nous proposerions d'ajouter à Roadmap with Clear Timelines, enfin, je veux dire en français, une feuille de route avec des calendriers et des résultats clairs, nous avons mentionné également une analyse des coûts. Et nous proposons donc d'ajouter peut-être cette mention de l'analyse des coûts aussi. Peut-être après calendrier, virgule, une analyse des coûts. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Yes, yeah, I think it's okay now. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Any delegate would like to take the floor? Yeah, I think I can see Azerbaijan. Yes, over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to ask you to put our name in the support of the amendment by Saudi Arabia, and we will support this amendment because it's kind of opens the clears the vision for with all the timelines and of course a better reflection of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I'll move to adopt the recommendations. Paragraph 5. Yes, as amended. Since there is... yeah, Shakshya is there. Please, over to you, Shakshya, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pardon d'être aussi lente. Merci beaucoup. Nous pensons que nous remercions le délégué de l'Arabie Saoudite pour cette proposition qui reflète bien nos propos aussi. On se demandait seulement si on ne pouvait pas peut-être commencer le paragraphe en disant remercie le secrétariat pour la réponse positive concernant les 12 recommandations, parce que nous les remercions et ce paragraphe est très, fait encore un travail de plus et peut-être ce serait plus encourageant si on commençait le paragraphe par les remerciants pour déjà l'analyse préliminaire qu'ils ont fait. Donc ça se dirait remercie le secrétariat, si nous pouvons l'afficher.
So thanks to Shakshya.
Remercie le
and thanks to the Secretariat.
Pour la réponse positive concernant les 12 recommandations d'iOS. Et l'appel à préparer une feuille de route. Voilà, j'espère que mes collègues puissent accepter ce petit amendement. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you, Shakshya. I think everybody is agreeable to this, okay? So then I can move forward. Right, thank you. I see no objection, and now therefore, yeah, again, Brazil wants to, go ahead, Brazil.
Nous sommes d'accord, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Okay. So therefore, I would like to adopt this paragraph with the amendment. So thank you very much. Adopted. Now it's a new paragraph, right? Now a new paragraph 6. Yeah. Now I go to new paragraph 6. Okay. Yeah. I think no objections, so I adopt it. So I adopted new paragraph 6 as well. So now I come to 7, right? It is not 6, now it is 7. Requesting the Secretary to report to the next session of the committee on the implementation of the recommendations. No objection, so I adopted. And now, we have now adopted each of the paragraphs and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com10 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yes, I adopted. So thank you very much. Congratulations for the Secretariat also. So, dear colleagues, according to our agenda, we will now pause for 1 hour break. I would like to see you all back in this virtual meeting room at 2:15 p.m. Paris time. So I would like to remind my dear committee members that the second round of secret ballot for the establishment of the evaluation body will be taking place in room 5 at UNESCO headquarters from 1:20 p.m. to 2 p.m. Paris time. So thank you and see you at 2:15 after lunch. So thank you very much. Goodbye. Welcome back, all the distinguished delegates. Now we are just about to start after lunch. So now we move on now to item 11. But remember, we have item 11, 12, 13, 14, long way to go. So I request all the members help us to complete this. Please help us. Number one. Number two, when you are having your speech, think about the time, 2 minutes. It will help for us to move forward smoothly. Thank you very much. We'll go forward. Okay, follow up on elements inscribed on the list of convention. That is item 11. So I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Curtis. He is also after lunch to introduce this item to us. Please, over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So allow me to begin by recalling the background to this item, which is included on the agenda of the present session following the request by the committee at its 14th session in 2019 for the Secretariat to report in summary form on the information received from third parties concerning elements inscribed on the list of the Convention, as well as those under process for possible inscription. This follows the practice that started in 2018. And with your permission, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to ask my colleague, Juliet Hopkins, to give us some more details on this item.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The working document for this item provides an overview of correspondences received between October 2019 and June 21 in summary form. The correspondences were administered using the guidelines for the treatment of correspondence from the public or other concerned parties with regard to nominations, adopted by the 7th session of the committee in 2012. During the reporting period, 6 cases concerning inscribed elements were the subject of correspondence. 5 of these cases related to elements inscribed on the representative list, while 1 case related to an element on the urgent safeguarding list. The correspondence addressed various issues that may affect the viability of the element, such as concerns regarding misappropriation, the requirements of mutual respect, and changes to spaces associated with the practice of the element, a summary of which is presented in Annex 1 to the present document. Correspondence was received from a range of stakeholders, including community members, individuals external to the community concerned, academia, non-governmental organisations, and media. 1 correspondence that was received anonymously was not treated due to the lack of the sender's details, which was deemed to compromise the credibility of the content. In terms of regional distribution, there were 2 cases from Electoral Group 1, 2 cases from Electoral Group 2, and 2 cases from Electoral Group 3. Amongst the cases treated, only 1 state party provided a response. In terms of ongoing nominations, there were 2 cases concerning nominations under process that were the subject of correspondence. The details of these cases are provided in Annex 2 and were both in relation to elements for possible inscription on the representative list. Ladies and gentlemen, needless to say that these issues regarding the follow-up of inscribed elements and ongoing nominations are closely linked to the ongoing global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the 2003 Convention. Further discussion and details on the progress of this reflection will be presented and examined under item 14 of the present session. However, in the meantime, the committee may wish to request the Secretariat to continue this practice of bringing to its attention information received from third parties concerning the status of inscribed elements, which has proven to be a useful exercise for enhancing the follow-up of inscribed elements so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet Hopkins. And also I must thank Mr. Curtis also, and I thank both of them. I now open the floor to all the delegates. Does anybody wish to take the floor just after the lunch? So I see none. Dear colleagues, I think, yes, I got one. Latvia, over to you, Latvia, please.
On behalf of Latvian delegation, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chairperson, on the overall smooth advancement of important discussions during this committee session. Latvia has received correspondence from Mr. Tim Curtis regarding the letter from a Soiti community organization named Soiti Parliament to UNESCO Secretariat. We really appreciate the passionate involvement of the Soiti community in safeguarding their intangible cultural heritage. And we are in continuous dialogue with the community to find ways for working together and addressing the issues they raised. Latvia would like to make a clarification concerning the preparation of our answer to UNESCO Secretariat, taking into consideration that at the beginning of the next year, several planning documents at national and regional level in Latvia will become operational for intangible cultural heritage safeguarding, and with attention to cultural spaces in particular, we consider that it would be appropriate to include the actual information into the official letter once those decisions are taken. That would allow to be more comprehensive and detailed in our response. In conclusion, we would also like to inform the committee that the third periodic report on the safeguarding of the Soiti cultural space has just been prepared in close cooperation with the Soiti community, and a memorandum of understanding is going to be signed in the coming days among 14 stakeholders involving Soiti community organizations, state institutions, as well as education and research institutions, including with involvement of the UNESCO chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Latvia. Yes, anybody? So, I think I see none. Dear colleagues, I think that we are ready to move now to propose decision on this item. Please refer to document 11 and its draft decision in paragraph 7. That is 16.com 11. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com 11 as shown on the screens, and let us proceed paragraph by paragraph as usual. So paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined. Any objections? I see none. So I would like to adopt paragraph 1. Adopted 1. And let me go to 2. Paragraph 2, recalling our previous decisions. That is paragraph 2. I see none, no objection. Therefore, I adopt it. Adopted. Go to paragraph 3 now, noting the correspondence received concerning inscribed and ongoing nominations and encouraging states parties concerned to provide their responses. Are there any objections? No objection. I see no objections, therefore I adopt it. Adopted. Now go to paragraph 4. Requesting the Secretariat to continue to bring to the committee's attention the correspondence received from third parties. Any objections? I see no objections, so I adopt it. Adopted. 4. So we have now adopted each of the paragraphs, and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Yeah. So seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com 11 adopted. Adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's 11 is over now. We'll move on to 12 now. Yes, we move now on now to the next item on our agenda, namely item 12, Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Very interesting. Voluntary supplementary contributions and other issues. Dear colleagues, before I give the floor to the Secretariat, I would like to remind you that in accordance with Articles 25.5 and 27 of our Convention, it is the Committee's responsibility to approve the voluntary supplementary contributions to the ICH Fund provided by state parties over and above their annual assessed contributions. As you know, at its 12th session in 2017, the committee approved two funding priorities for the period of 2018 up to 2021. Strengthening capacities to safeguard intangible cultural heritage and contribute to sustainable development. That is number one. And number two, safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education. A very important thing. So voluntary contributions are intended mainly for the implementation of these priorities, but also some other activities that cannot be supported with the limited resources of UNESCO's regular budget. So, Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item to us. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, et merci, Monsieur le Président. Conformément à la décision 13-6, il est demandé au secrétariat de rendre compte de l'état d'avancement de la mise en œuvre de toute contribution volontaire supplémentaire au Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel reçu depuis sa dernière session. En raison de la modalité entièrement en ligne de la 15e session du comité et de l'ordre du jour réduit qui en a résulté, aucun rapport sur les contributions volontaires supplémentaires n'a été présenté au comité en 2020. Le document de travail 12 couvre par conséquent la période allant de décembre 2019 à juin 2021. En outre, conformément à la décision 7-20-1, il est demandé au secrétariat de faire rapport à chaque session sur toutes les formes de contributions volontaires reçues. Le document 12 présente donc des informations à ce sujet pour donner une vision d'ensemble du soutien apporté à la Convention ces dernières années. Avec votre permission, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais tout d'abord demander à mon collègue Julien Nakata de nous présenter ce point.
Yes, I think now I would like to hand over to Julien. Julien, over to you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Tim. Comme mentionné en introduction de ce point, les deux priorités de financement de la Convention ont été approuvées en 2017 pour la période courant de 2018 à 2021. Nous arrivons donc au terme de la période couverte par ces deux priorités, ce qui nous offre une opportunité de faire un premier bilan. Entre janvier 2018 et juin 2021, 18 contributions volontaires supplémentaires ont été reçues, ce qui représente un montant total d'environ 1,27 million de dollars des États-Unis. En comparaison avec la période 2014-2017, le volume des contributions volontaires supplémentaires a été environ divisé par 2. Vous trouverez sur vos écrans la répartition des contributions reçues en fonction de leur objet. Commençons tout d'abord par la priorité 1 qui concerne le renforcement des capacités. De janvier 2018 à juin 2021, 4 contributions ont été reçues de la part de l'Azerbaïdjan, de la France, du Koweït et de la Suisse, ce qui représente au total plus de 530 000 $, soit 11% de l'objectif de mobilisation fixé pour la période entière. Outre ces contributions au fonds de la Convention, ce ne sont pas moins de 31 projets et activités de renforcement des capacités qui ont été financés par des contributions sous la forme de fonds en dépôt ou de crédits supplémentaires au programme ordinaire, provenant notamment de gouvernements, de centres de catégorie 2, d'ONG ou du secteur privé. Ces projets sont le plus souvent mis en œuvre par les bureaux hors siège de l'UNESCO, en coopération avec les États bénéficiaires, en Afrique, en Amérique latine et les Caraïbes, en Asie-Pacifique et dans les États arabes. Les bailleurs de fonds pour ces projets et les bureaux hors siège responsables pour leur mise en œuvre sont listés dans le document 12. Nous en venons maintenant à la priorité 2, qui concerne le patrimoine culturel immatériel et l'éducation. Sur cette même période 2018 jusqu'à juin 2021, 2 contributions ont été reçues de la part des Pays-Bas et de ISCAP, le Centre international d'information et de travail en réseau, sur le patrimoine culturel immatériel dans la région Asie-Pacifique, ce qui représente un montant total de 291 000 $. Pour les seules contributions volontaires supplémentaires au fonds, cela correspond à 15% de l'objectif de mobilisation fixé pour la période 2018-2021. Bien qu'il s'agisse d'une priorité relativement nouvelle pour la Convention, les initiatives favorisant l'intégration du patrimoine vivant dans l'éducation formelle et non formelle ont également reçu un soutien croissant par le biais de contributions pour des projets et activités, principalement en Asie-Pacifique et en Afrique. Pour ce qui concerne le sous-fonds pour le renforcement des ressources humaines du secrétariat, depuis la 14e session du comité en 2019, 5 contributions volontaires ont été reçues de la Lituanie, de Monaco, de la Palestine, de la Slovaquie et de la Fondation du musée du violon Antonio Stradivari, Italie, pour un montant total de plus de 40 000 $ des États-Unis. En plus des contributions volontaires, 2 contributions en nature ont été reçues de la Chine en 2021. Tournons-nous désormais vers l'avenir, et notamment pour les 4 années du quadriennum suivant. Le secrétariat propose pour ces 4 années de maintenir les 2 principales priorités de financement actuelles pour la période 2022 à 2025. Celles-ci sont présentées en détail dans l'annexe 2 du document 12. Tout d'abord, la priorité 1, qui apparaît sur vos écrans, vise à poursuivre les efforts pour étendre la portée et l'efficacité du programme mondial de renforcement des capacités. Au cours des 4 prochaines années, l'accent sera mis sur l'élargissement de la portée géographique et thématique du programme, en collaboration avec un éventail diversifié de partenaires. Je cite notamment les centres de catégorie 2, les réseaux universitaires, mais également les organisations non gouvernementales. Pour répondre aux défis soulevés par la pandémie de Covid-19, la réorientation stratégique du programme vers une approche de prestations multimodale se poursuivra. Elle implique le développement de formats hybrides, en présentiel et entièrement en ligne, afin d'améliorer la qualité, l'efficacité et l'accessibilité du programme. Ensuite, la priorité 2, qui apparaît également sur vos écrans à l'instant, vise à intensifier les efforts pour intégrer le patrimoine culturel immatériel dans l'éducation, en coopération avec le secteur de l'éducation. Au cours de la période 2022-2025, la ligne directrice sera l'intensification du programme en se concentrant plus stratégiquement sur les systèmes et établissements d'enseignement afin de garantir des impacts durables et de renforcer efficacement les initiatives nationales. Monsieur le Président, étant donné que la période de rapport couverte par le document de travail se termine en juin 2021, je pense que le secrétaire de la Convention souhaiterait porter à l'attention du comité quelques développements récents concernant les contributions volontaires. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Julien. So it's a clear presentation. So I would like to request Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to briefly update us on recent contributions and expressions of interest to contribute to the fund. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Chers membres du comité, j'ai le plaisir de vous informer de plusieurs développements positifs récents concernant les contributions volontaires supplémentaires après la période couverte par le document. Les Pays-Bas ont versé une contribution de 75 € pour soutenir le renforcement des capacités pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel au Kenya. Le Centre international d'information et de travail en réseau sur le patrimoine culturel immatériel dans la région Asie-Pacifique, ICHCAP, a versé 50 000 $ pour le développement d'un manuel pratique sur la préparation de rapports périodiques avec un outil d'auto-apprentissage sur le cadre général de résultats. Monaco et la Slovaquie se sont engagés à contribuer au sous-fonds pour les ressources humaines du secrétariat pour des montants respectifs de 10 000 et 12 000 €. Le secrétariat est très reconnaissant aux 3 États parties et au centre de catégorie 2 pour leur généreux engagement en faveur du travail du secrétariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Secretary Mr. Tim Curtis, for this useful update. So I now open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? Over to you, dear colleagues. Who? Yes, I think Republic of Korea. Over to you, Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. The Republic of Korea would like to extend its sincere appreciation to the Secretariat and the international community for their dedication to safeguard the intangible cultural heritage. Despite many difficult challenges, the Republic of Korea has continued its efforts to safeguard the intangible cultural heritage in close collaboration with Asia-Pacific member states and concerning communities. The Republic of Korea has made voluntary contributions through the Category 2 Center, ICHCAP, to funding priorities such as capacity building programs and the intangible cultural heritage in education from 2018 to 2021. The Republic of Korea will further stay committed to supporting UNESCO and the Asia-Pacific member states, taking into consideration our proposed funding priorities from 2022 to 2025 for effective implementation of the 2003 Convention over the next quadrennium and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Now, I would like to open the floor to Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Azerbaijan the floor. We'd like to, first of all, thank the Secretariat for the report on the voluntary supplementary contributions to the ICH Fund and commend the countries that have provided support to the implementation of the Convention during the years of 2018-2021. Either through the earmark contributions to specific country projects or supported the sub-fund for enhancing the human capacities of the Secretariat. Our delegation notes with interest that the funding priority 2, safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education, has also been supported by donors, and we were pleased to see that the Secretariat draws from the results of the implementation of this priority to propose a new framework with the same focus for the years 2022-2025. Azerbaijan is highly interested in further supporting the community efforts in safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in the situations of conflict and displacement. This is why my government was pleased to provide voluntary supplementary contribution to the ICH Fund, specifically targeting capacity building for the safeguarding of living heritage in emergencies. We believe that this work will provide concrete tools for addressing challenges in these contexts, and we were pleased to see that it is taken on board as one of the thematic areas of the funding priority 1. Finally, we would like to fully endorse the 2 priorities proposed by the Secretariat and congratulate the living heritage on the results, entity on the results achieved. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And next, the floor is open to you, Japan. Over to Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the report on the Secretariat on the voluntary contributions and its two funding priorities, namely capacity building and safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education. The protection of all forms of heritage in crisis and disaster risk reduction is set as one of Japan's priority. We plan to initiate a new voluntary contribution of $500,000 for the capacity building for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies in the small island and developing states in the Pacific and the Caribbean. We think that capacity building is crucial for the safeguarding of the intangible heritage, and we would continue to cooperate with the Secretariat in its efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other delegates, committee members? None. Yeah, I think there is an observer, Thailand. So over to you, Thailand. Yeah. No problem. It's a mistake. Okay. We make mistakes. Okay. Now, since there is no objection, I move forward. Let us move now to the decision. Draft decision 16.com12. The committee, having examined document LHE/21/16.com12. Now, as usual, let me also please refer to document 12 and its draft decision in paragraph 23. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com12 as shown on the screens, and let us proceed paragraph by paragraph like earlier. Now let me go to paragraph 1. Citing the document we have examined. Do I see any objections? No. So I adopt it. Adopted paragraph 1, go to paragraph 2, recalling the relevant provisions of the convention and the operational directives. I see no objection, I adopt it. And paragraph 3, recalling our previous decisions. No objections, I adopt it. Go to paragraph 4, expressing appreciation for the generous contributions to the fund received in the past 4 years. Yeah, none, only scratching the head. So therefore, no objections, I adopt it. Paragraph 5, taking note of the wide diversity of funding modalities that were used to support the implementation of the convention. Yes, no objection, I adopt it. So now, paragraph 6, go to paragraph 6, contains two related points. The first one is to approve the two funding priorities for the period 22 to 25, 2022 to 2025. As presented by the Secretariat and further explained in Annex 2 of the present document. The second one is to accept any future voluntary supplementary contributions received within the scope of such funding priorities and authorize the Secretariat to make immediate use of those funds. Yes. I see no objection, therefore I adopt it. Adopted. So go to paragraph 7. Encouraging state parties to further support the convention, in particular through voluntary supplementary contributions to the fund and the sub-fund. Yes, I see no objections, so therefore I adopt it. Adopted. Go to paragraph 2 now. Encouraging the Secretariat to continue its resource mobilization efforts. Yes, I see no objection, I adopt it. Adopted. Paragraph 9, requesting the Secretariat to report at our next session on any new voluntary recommendations received. That is 9, paragraph 9. I see no objections, I adopted. So are there any committee members that support the proposed amendment and shown on the screen? I see I think I get broad support in the committee about this paragraph. So in that case, are we ready now to adopt the paragraph as amended? Oh, no amendments. So there is no objection. Therefore, I adopted. So we have now adopted each of the paragraphs, and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Please. Decision as a whole. No, not yet. Okay, I think it's already done. It's so fast, very good. So now we go to next item. That is item 13. As I mentioned, a long way to go, 13 and 14. 14 is huge. So thank you very much for the support given by the delegates and the participants. So we move on now to examination of the item 13 on the draft plan for the use of the resources of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund in 22-23 year. So our functions as a committee are laid down in Article 7 of the Convention. One of these functions is to propose to the General Assembly of States Parties a draft plan for the use of the resources of the fund. Since we are meeting here in the year before the next General Assembly, we need to examine the spending plan for the next 2 years as proposed by the Secretariat. So this is an important subject for the committee and for the convention as a whole, as many of the achievements by the committee and the Secretariat over the past 2 years have been made possible thanks to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund, to which the state parties contribute year after year. So, Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item to us. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear delegates, dear committee members, there are 3 documents pertaining to item 13. Document Inf 13.1, which is an information document about the past. It reports on the implementation of the fund from the 1st of January 2020 until the 30th of June 2021, and it contains the financial statement on the use of the fund issued by the Bureau of Strategic Planning. Document Inf 13.2 is an information document that provides a narrative report for the implementation of the, quote, other functions of the committee line as a transitionary measure following the new approval procedure for the other functions line, which was introduced in Bogota in 2019. This report exceptionally covers a period of 42 months from 1st of January 2018 to 30th of June 2021, again because of the reduced agenda time last year on the online modality. For the sake of time and efficiency, I will not present in detail the content of these documents, but stand ready, of course, to answer any question delegates may have on the information contained therein. Document 16.com13 is the main document and is made up of 2 main sections. The first part presents the recent trends in the implementation of the fund. It provides a detailed analysis of expenditures and incomes of the current biennium. The second part is about the future. It proposes a draft plan for the use of resources of the fund for the next biennium and the first 6 months of 2024. To this end, a draft plan for the use of the resources of the fund is annexed to the working document. So allow me also to present the recent trends. During the 40C5 biennium, the total income of the fund has increased by 16% compared to the previous biennium for the same period. And this is the result of the increase of the voluntary supplementary contributions received in 2020 and 2021, which amount to a total of $757,268 United States dollars. Meanwhile, the expenditure rate of the latest plan approved by the General Assembly is on decrease compared to the previous biennium and was at 32.4% as of 30th of June in 2021. In comparison, this rate was at 47.2% as of 30th of June 2019, and this is really largely due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic that has affected the operations of the Secretariat as well as those of states parties worldwide. Allow me to recall that the document only takes into account expenditure incurred until end of June 2021, and since then the Secretariat intensified its efforts to implement activities, in particular under the budget lines dedicated to international assistance and other functions of the committee. Consequently, the expenditure rate reached 41.8% as of 30th of November of this year, 2021, and we are quite confident that the expenditure rate will draw around 50% at the end of the year. The expenditure rate was at 63% in 2018 to 2019, which obviously took place in a very different circumstances. As you can see on the graph shown on the screens, expenditures have decreased compared to previous 2018 and 19 biennium, and this is the result from the survey. Sorry, I don't know if the graph is up. This is the result from the delay or postponement of a number of activities under budget line 3, other functions of the committee, and also quite a significant decrease in requests for international assistance under budget line 1, which is a large section of the budget, and the switch to an online format for almost all statutory meetings during the last 2 years, which meant the budget lines allocated to cover the travel costs of experts from developing countries was almost unspent. Those are budget lines 4, 5, and 6. Now, looking at international assistance in more details, the expenditure rate for budget line 1, 1.1, and 2 represents 32%, whereas it represented 52% for the 2018-19 biennium. This, as I think I mentioned, is due to the number of incoming international requests, international assistance requests, which decreased from 48 requests treated during the 2018 to 2019 biennium to 27 in the first 18 months of this biennium. So moving forward, if we look to the future plan for the implementation of the fund, it's summarized under Annex 1 in document 13. And the draft plan covers a period of 24 months, 2022 and 2023, as well as the first 6 months of 2024. The proposed budget for the first 6 months of 2024 corresponds to 1/4 of the total budget approved for 2022 and 2023. Should the draft plan be endorsed by the committee at the present session, it will be submitted for the approval of the 9th session of the General Assembly in June 2022. For the period from 1st of January 2022 to 31st of December 2023, the amount of spending plan is estimated to be approximately 7.7 million, which is almost equal to the budget of this biennium at 7.8 million. As regards the overall budget of the plan, all budget lines are maintained. However, I would like to bring to the attention of the committee members that we do intend to propose some adjustments, and I'll highlight these very clearly when I reach the budget lines concerned. In line with the priorities of the fund, it is proposed that the majority of the resources be allocated to international assistance, as has always been the case, and those are budget lines 1, 1.1, and 2, and the combined percentage of these 3 lines is 62.6% of the fund. Budget line 1 is assigned once more with the majority of the allocation of the fund at 50%. The first adjustment proposed in this plan in this plan regards this line 1 and is a direct response to recommendations 5 and 6 from the iOS evaluation. It is proposed to use part of this line on an experimental basis to cover the monitoring and evaluation costs of international assistance projects. These additional funds, separate from the grants allocated to the beneficiary states, would not exceed 10% of the approved project, a budget for any project, and would be managed directly by the Secretariat. They could, for instance, support the assistance of external experts, in particular to provide an independent evaluation of projects. Budget line 1.1, the Safeguarding Implementation and Monitoring Team, will be assigned 10%, and budget line 2, preparatory assistance, will slightly increase from 2 to 2.6%. And this proposed increase is linked to the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. If the proposed procedures are endorsed by the Committee and the General Assembly, it would allow the Fund to be able to respond to requests for the transfer of inscribed elements between the two lists of the Convention, as well as for the inscriptions of elements on an extended or reduced basis, without having to wait until the approval of the following 24-25 plan. Budget line 3, other functions of the Committee, will be maintained at 20% of the total budget approved, as it has been, I think, since I have been. As previously approved by the Committee, funds allocated to this budget line will be specifically dedicated to the improvement in the management of knowledge, information, and monitoring of the Convention, the capacity building program and its upstream activities, the integration of ICH into development plans, policies, and programs, with a particular focus on education and on safeguarding ICH in emergency situations, and part 4, the promotion of the objectives of the Convention through awareness raising and outreach. As in preceding plans, the present draft decision proposes that the Committee authorizes the Secretariat to make transfers between the activities included within the specific proposals for budget line 3, other functions of the Committee, up to a cumulative amount equivalent to 5%. Budget line 4 is proposed to be slightly increased to support the participation costs of experts that are members of the Committee in a potential extraordinary session of the Committee that could take place in the first half of 2022, as recommended by the open-ended Intergovernmental Working Group in the framework of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. Meanwhile, budget lines 5 and 6 will be maintained at the same level. Budget line 7 is also proposed to be increased from 6% to 7.7% to cover the cost of the advisory services. Similar to budget line 2, the proposed increase is linked to the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. It would allow the treatment, evaluation, and examination by the body of an initial number of requests that the Secretariat may receive in 2022 and 2023 for the transfer of inscribed elements between the lists of the Convention or for inscriptions of elements on an extended or reduced basis. And finally, the present draft decision proposes that the Committee continue to authorize the Secretariat to operate transfers between budget lines 4, 5, 6, and 7 of up to 30% of their initial allocation. The Secretariat would inform the General Assembly and the Committee at their respective next session of the exact amount transferred between these budget lines. Mr. Chairperson, I have come to the end of my presentation. I hope that I've provided all the information that the committee members would require to examine this important item, and I remain, of course, at your disposal to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for this detailed presentation of the plan for the use of resources for the next period, 2022 and 2023. So I now open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? Any country? Kuwait? Yeah, I think Kuwait. So the floor is Over to you, Quet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for the financial report. I just wanted to make sure, I've seen it in the figures and the report. So the cost for the evaluation body is about 7.7% of the budget, where about 50% of the international assistant. Am I correct, Mr. Chair? I just want to clarify on that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes. So, I think, yes, Mr. Curtis, better you answer it.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, I think I know, right? Yeah, I see. I believe we have given this careful consideration, right? And are ready now to move on to the adopting the draft decision. Please refer to the document 13 and its draft decision in paragraph 35. So, like in the previous occasions, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com13 as shown on the screens. So let us proceed paragraph by paragraph. So coming to paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined. I see no objection, so I adopt it. Moving on to paragraph 2, recalling the convention's article that assigns the committee the task of preparing a draft plan for the use of the resources of the fund and the General Assembly's resolution by which the current plan was approved. I see no objection, so I adopt it. Moving on to paragraph 3, recalling the UNESCO's General Conference resolution concerning the adoption of the budget for the 41C/5. Are there any objections? No, I see none. So I adopt it. And now, paragraph 4, calling upon all state parties to ensure that their assessed contribution is paid at the earliest opportunity. Do I see any objections? No. I see no objections. So I adopt it. Adopted. Coming to paragraph 5, noting that the draft plan takes into account the potential costs that may result from the global reflection on listing mechanisms of the convention. Are there any objections? No. So I adopt it. Paragraph 6, deciding that the 2022 and 2023 plan will be based on the available balance as of 31st December 2021. Can we adopt it? Yes, I adopt it. Paragraph 7, to submit to the 9th General Assembly the draft plan included in Annex 1 of the document that we just discussed, including the provisional clause regarding the first 6 months of 2024 until the 10th General Assembly. Are there any objections? No objections, I adopt it. Paragraph 8, which welcomes the proposal to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of the international assistance mechanisms and to authorize the Secretariat to use an amount not exceeding 10% to this purpose in line with the IOS recommendations. Any objections? I see no objections, so I adopt it. Adopted. Paragraph 9, proposing to allow transfers of up to 5% of the initial allocation between budget lines for other functions of the committee Do I see any objections? No, I don't see any objection. So I adopt it. Going to paragraph 10, authorizing a margin of flexibility between lines 4, 5, 6, and 7. Any objections? No, I adopt it. So, I think we have now adopted each of the paragraphs and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Seeing no objections. Yes, I think seeing no objections. I therefore declare decision 16.com13 adopted. Yes. So now we slowly move on to the next. What is this? 17. Yeah. Okay. Now I got something important. Document. Announcement of results of the secret ballot. Now it's no more secrets. Flying scenario, Friday, 17th December. Dear colleagues, I would like to inform you that the count of the second secret ballot for the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle, that is item 16, is complete now. To recall, the secret ballot is required only for the candidates eligible for the available seat from electoral group 4. So I would like to thank our tellers, Ms. Rugia Malikova from Azerbaijan and Mr. Atau Ting from Botswana for your willingness to serve the committee. Thank you very much for both. I will only briefly share the results now. So we will discuss item 16 in full tomorrow. I would like to ask Ms. Oinata to announce the results. Over to you, Oinata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The results are as follows. 24 committee members were present and voted for candidates from electoral groups 4. The following candidates from electoral group 4 received votes as follows. Seat for one accredited NGO. Aegin Cultural Research Center, Aegin CRC, received 9 votes and is elected. China Folklore Society, CFS, received 7 votes. Indonesian National Wayang Secretariat, Sena Wangi, received 8 votes. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
So thank you very much. Fumiko Ohinata, thank you for your hard work. So we now have the third and final name of the new members of the evaluation body. I wish to congratulate the Aegin Cultural Research Center. Let us formalize the establishment of the evaluation body for the 22 cycle when we reopen item 16 as per our timetable. So we are all very happy. Therefore, I think we should get a break for 5 minutes. So we will go for a 5-minute break now. Yes, I think not 5 minutes. We'll take 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature. An act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka. On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul.
Yes, I think welcome back. After the break, dear colleagues, we move forward now to item 14, reflection on the listing mechanisms of the convention and proposal for related revisions to the operational directives. This is one of the key substantive items of this session of the committee, as you know. As the listing mechanisms constitute a backbone of our entire convention. The 13th session of the committee in 2018 formally launched the oral reflection on the listing mechanisms of the convention and envisaged, as part of this process, consultations with experts and an open-ended intergovernmental working group. I was personally able to follow the work of the open-ended intergovernmental working group, throughout which I found very interesting. So, dear members of the committee, I have the pleasure to welcome the Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Atsuki Oike. Welcome back. Yeah. The chairperson of the Intergovernmental Open-Ended Working Group. How nice to see you on the podium, Ambassador. Yeah. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the government of Japan, since the reflection process has been supported by generous contribution from Japan. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, dear Ambassador, the floor is yours now. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for your very kind words. It has been my honor to oversee the working group's effort to tackle numerous and complex issues that are oftentimes found to be interlinked. To save time, I wish to report only the main results of our work to the committee. First of all, the items. We dealt with transfer of an element from one list to another, going back to, for example, Vietnam's case. And also issue of criterion R2, removal of an element following the case of Alst Carnival in 2019, the extension of multinational nominations. These were grouped together as an overall reflection. The working group was able to base its work on the results of the expert consultations that took place from March to May 2021. The final report of the expert meeting produced with 4 general approaches for the reform of the listing mechanisms. A, stricter control, B, fine-tuning, C, repositioning, and D, maximum inclusivity. Now, then we move to the stage of open-ended intergovernmental working group. Given the extensive nature of the recommendations gained by the experts of Category 6 meeting and their potentially far-reaching implications, the meeting of the open-ended working group was convened in 2 parts, with 2 sessions in early July 2021 and additional 2 sessions in early September 2021. The summary records and working documents from both parts of this working group meeting are referenced on page 3 of the present items working document. Dear members of the committee, the Intergovernmental Working Group focused on 3 core issues of the reflection as had been previously requested by the committee. First, criterion R2. Second, specific procedures for removing or transferring elements from and between lists. And finally, the extension of multilateral files. Now, I would like to discuss the concrete results. Firstly, the resulting recommendations of the Intergovernmental Working Group are provided in Annex 1. I would like to report that the working group was able to complete the complex tasks related to priority issues under the reflection that have important implications for the further development of the Convention. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the experts as well as the members of the working group for their significant engagement and cooperation. Secondly, and following the request of the working group, the Secretariat has prepared a set of draft amendments to the operational directives based on the recommendations that correspond to 3 core issues that the working group has worked on. The committee, following examination, may wish to propose those amendments to the 9th session of the General Assembly in June 2021. By the way, Japan presented an amendment earlier, and this one is because we felt that one point concerning the removal procedure in the working group's recommendation was missing from the proposed revision to the operational directives as published in the working document. Since the Japanese amendment was prepared in a close consultation with the Secretariat, I would like to ask the Secretariat also cover the amendment when presenting the revisions of the operational directives. By the way, just getting slightly out of the written report that is in front of me, I have to recognize that there has been some amendments proposed from China. So I would like to clarify the nature of this proposal at a later stage when we reach that point. And thirdly, now going back to the original report, thirdly, and in addition to the revisions that are proposed to be reflected in the operational directives, the working group has also identified practices to be encouraged upon validation of the committee when revisiting relevant forms used for submitting nominations or in the context of statutory operations under the 2003 Convention. The recommendations are, first of all, the use of the committee's language or languages that is acceptable to them in the preparation and submission of nominations. And secondly, the use of technology such as audiovisual tools where possible for providing information requested in the nomination forms as well as the communicating further concerns. Thirdly and finally, the use of gender-neutral and inclusive language within all aspects of the implementation of the Convention. And in this regard, as you might remember, we talked about the gentleman's agreement. So gentleman, the word gentleman is not appropriate. I think we call it now working agreement. So this is one of those examples. Now let me discuss the way forward. The group have identified the need to initiate a reflection on the broader implication of Article 18 of the Convention. This includes the continuation of the discussion on how to enhance dialogue and communications amongst stakeholders of the Convention with a particular focus on communities, groups, and where appropriate, individuals. In order to support this initiative, Sweden made a contribution in September 2021 in the form of an additional appropriation to the regular program of UNESCO. Now, in reference to paragraph 14 of the recommendations of the working group that is contained in the document LHE/21/16.com WG/recommendations, you will find that reflection on the listing mechanisms has prompted a desire to review other issues in more depth and to conclude the work of the reflection. So I will go with the list of items that are in front of us and in this context. First of all, revising the priority for revising the priority for the examination of nomination files for state parties that did not fulfill their reporting obligations. That's one point. And the second point is obtaining additional information regarding nominations by using a dialogue process with accredited NGOs and communities, groups, and where appropriate, individuals concerned. And finally, to conclude, the following items linked to the number of files per cycle. For example, adaptability of the composition and the working methods of evaluation body. And another point was about the proposal for 2 files per state every 3 years. And thirdly, moving all international assistance requests to the Bureau of the committee. And fourthly, the transfer requests from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list to be treated as part of the annual sealing. And fifthly and finally, the request for extension to be treated as part of the annual sealing. Those are the items that we have to consider in the future, if the committee approves, in the future working group sessions. So it is therefore a request of the working group to this committee that the mandate of the working group is extended so that a part 3 meeting can be held in early 2022 to review these topics. In addition to that, I'm a bit hesitant to say this, but in addition to that, some more topics will need to be addressed in the working group. And those things are, as I remember, those things are, first of all, there was a suggestion in the context of item 5, there was a suggestion to find dynamic solutions to the backlog of nominations with a view to improve geographical representation. And secondly, a possibility to develop specific upstream processes and preliminary assessment procedures. And thirdly, to examine the procedures for exceptional cases. This is related to the file from Haiti last night. And finally, consider, well, this is a catch-all clause, but finally to consider, as appropriate, relevant issues, concerns, and recommendations raised by the evaluation body in the 2021 cycle. So those are related to item 8, and those points have been proposed to be discussed in the working group. Now, the results of this extended part 2 meeting of the working group could be examined by an extraordinary session of the committee in the first half of 2022, so that the working group may present any outcomes in addition to those discussed as part of this committee meeting for examination by the 9th session of the General Assembly in mid-2022. Mr. Chairperson, those are the main points that I wanted to present to this committee. I would be happy to answer any questions of a general nature about the reflection process. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Oike. Thank you. So your report gave a very good account of what the working group managed to achieve. Before asking the Secretariat to take us through the proposed revisions to the operational directives, does anybody wish to take the floor? But if it pertains to the revisions to the operational directives, I would like to suggest that you intervene after the Secretariat has explained these revisions in more depth. That is, if it pertains to the revisions. Other than that, you can intervene now. So over to you, dear colleagues. Any hands? No hands? Okay. So now I would like to turn to the Secretariat to present the proposed amendments. Yeah? Yes, Observer Palestine. Over to you, Palestine. We welcome you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be very brief. I would like to thank, first of all, Ambassador Oike for his report and for his excellent work. The work of the reflection on the mechanism is very important, and I would like to express my, happiness to see that the gentleman agreement has been transformed into a working agreement. Something that I was behind with other colleagues at the time. The other thing, what happened yesterday and the question of exceptional cases, just like Haiti, which was a very important case. And I congratulate you for the way that you managed that. You are managing the works of the committee excellently, Mr. Chair. In any case, I think that the word that was missing, it is emergency cases and not only exception. Emergency is the right qualification for such cases, and I think that in the future we should keep it in mind in order to include it in the future in the directives. This was a general statement, and thank you, Mr. Chair, again for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned about yesterday's, not only me, our secretary, able secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis, Mr. Otone, and the entire secretary. They were all together. So we have to congratulate the entire Secretariat. Okay.
I agree with you.
Yes. So thank you very much. Any other? So I think I would like to invite Mr. Tim Curtis. Just check here, yeah? Yeah, over to Czechia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a small question concerning some of the information from the report. We wanted to ask about the new nomination forms very shortly. When the Secretariat develops the new nomination forms, will they be put in practice straight away, or will they be first validated by the Bureau or in any other way? And from which year do we expect their use? And we had also some other questions, but we want to go to the operational directive, so it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Curtis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think if it's all right with the honourable delegate, I will perhaps make my presentation first, and then maybe if there are questions to us, maybe some of them might be covered in the presentation. So if that's all right, maybe I'll answer those questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Anybody else? No? So, yes, I think now better, Mr. Curtis, if you can explain. Yes, over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm going to take the opportunity to present the proposed amendments to the operational directives that are intended to reflect the recommendations of the working group, and indeed it was quite a challenging task to translate those recommendations of the working group in the form of amendments to the operational directives. And to do this so with regards to three procedural aspects of the listing mechanisms that had been identified as a priority. Allow me to turn to explain in more details the proposed amendments, but at the same time, I'll try to give you an overview rather than every single detail. And the main purpose, therefore, of my presentation is to show that each and every recommendation was dealt with in one way or another. And for example, some of the recommendations were reflected closely, almost word by word, in the proposed operational directive amendments, while others are intended to be implemented through the revision of the forms, as we just heard about, or other means such as terms of reference of the evaluation body. And certain recommendations were integrated in the existing paragraphs. So I think in order to facilitate this, I'm going to ask my colleagues to display schematic diagrams and start perhaps with the issues that were related to inscription criteria. And the diagrams here are supposed to show what paragraphs the specific recommendations translate to in the proposed amendments. So the working group's recommendation was to maintain all criteria for the representative list and the urgent safeguarding list, while taking into account specific proposals for each of the criteria, with the exception of R3 and U3. So this recommendation will be implemented mainly through the revision and simplification of the forms. And one example of simplification is that all preparatory requests will now be in a single form. And the working group recommended also, you will remember, to delete P9 for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. And this is now reflected in a new paragraph 7. So these were some of the more straightforward operations that were done, or proposals, sorry. Now, as we come to issues related to the follow-up of inscribed elements, we can go to the procedure regarding the transfer of the elements between the lists, as well as the inclusion in the good safeguarding practices. The transfer procedure starts now with a new paragraph 38.1, giving an overall introduction, the pre-submission actions under step 0, and are reflected in the new paragraphs 21 regarding preparatory assistance. And also the new paragraph 38.2 is important, as this provides that communities may directly express their wish to transfer an element. The first part of step 1 concerns the transfer from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list, and which follows the normal cycle, and the procedure is linked to periodic reporting. The recommendations of the working group on this aspect of the transfer procedure are reflected in the new paragraphs 38.1, 39.2c, 54, 38.1, 20.2, and 39.2. And the second step of part 1, which concerns the transfer from the representative list to the urgent safeguarding list, and follows a shortened cycle, as was recommended. So the recommendations of the working group on this aspect of the transfer procedure is now reflected in a proposed new paragraph 38.1, 54, 20.2, and 39.1. And then in steps 2 and step 3, the working group recommended to foresee a possibility to include successful safeguarding experiences described in the transfer request. And this is reflected in the new paragraph 39.3 as regards the action and mandate of the evaluation body, and in new paragraphs 38.1 and 54 as regards the timetable and procedure to be followed by the committee. So now we come to removal and the procedures regarding the removal of an element. Through the reflection, the procedure for removing an element has been elaborated through 6 steps, and this part is reflected in the new para 40.1. Step 1 and Step 2 clarify who can initiate removal requests and how to deal with such requests. These points are reflected in the new para 40.2. You'll note that the procedure is different when the removal request is submitted by a state party or by other entities in other cases. In Step 3, for the preliminary check, and in Step 4, for the examination by the committee. And so this setup is reflected in the different sections of the new para 40, sorry, not para 42, para 40.2. And as they're visualized on the slide. The working group also introduced the idea of enhanced follow-up if the committee considers that additional information would be needed in Step 4, and the details of how to conduct it as outlined in Step 6. And these details contain many, these steps, or these parts of the steps, contain many details, and the Secretariat proposes that they be dealt with in the terms of reference of the evaluation body, since they are directly linked to the work of the evaluation body. Finally, the conclusion of the removal request after the enhanced follow-up is given in Step 6, and which is now reflected in the new para 40.3. So I think as the Ambassador mentioned, after the publication of the working document, Japan pointed out that parts of Step 4 and Step 5 were not reflected well in the proposed revisions to the OD, and indeed the Secretariat does want to take the opportunity to thank the delegation of Japan for working out a solution to complete the procedure, which is submitted as an amendment. I think you can see it was not an easy process, and so we were grateful for this omission, being pointed out, this omission. And the new parts are highlighted in yellow, both on the slides and in the Japanese amendment. So concerning the issues related to the methodology for evaluating nominations, and notably for inscription on an extended basis, I'd like to turn to the procedure regarding the inscription of an element of an extended basis with a Step 0, which concerns the procedure before a request is submitted, and which is reflected in the new paragraphs 16.2, 21, and 22. The working group wanted to distinguish a procedure for an extension at international level in Step 1.A, as reflected in the new para 16.3, or at the national level in Step 1.B, which is reflected in the new para 16.4. So the main difference is that the procedure is somewhat lighter for an extension within a state in terms of required criteria, but for both types of extension, the state party is asked to demonstrate the consent by the original communities for the extension. Step 2 deals with the evaluation of the extension request by the evaluation body and the examination by the committee. This part is already provided for in the existing paragraphs 18, 54, 19, as well as the new paragraph 30. Concerning inscription on a reduced basis, the working group, and it wasn't a part of the original mandate, but it emerged, the working group thought that it would be useful to develop a procedure for the inscription on a reduced basis, and the Secretariat was requested to propose a procedure in this regard. So the possibility to reduce an inscribed element is now described in the new paragraph 17.1, and as indicated in the new paragraph 17.2, states parties are required to demonstrate that communities give their free, prior, and informed consent to the reduction of the element. Actions to be taken by the evaluation body and the committee are provided, as is the case for the extension procedure, in the existing paragraphs 18, 54, 19, as well as in the new paragraph 30. Mr. Chairperson, I've presented this. We did receive a while ago during the course of the morning an amendment, a proposed amendment from China, and we have circulated it to committee members. With that, Mr. Chairperson, I've finished my presentation and I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much for this detailed presentation, Mr. Curtis. So I would now like to open the floor. Does anyone have any kind of comment? Yes, there are. Okay, I will read out the names of the countries, so you will be ready for your presentations. Just give us a few seconds. Yes, I think Netherlands, followed by Sweden, followed by Brazil, and Switzerland. Others will join. Okay, then I will invite Netherlands to come forward, and the floor is yours now, Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Netherlands appreciates the working process of the open-ended working group on the reflection of the listing mechanisms. Important discussions took place in which all members could participate. Our discussions were not finished, and therefore the open-ended working group needs more time to reflect on these issues. We propose to not have a substantive discussion on the content of the discussions that were held in the open-ended working group during this committee meeting today. We think it's important to focus on the continuation of the mandate, to discuss that, what will be the mandate, and to discuss the scope of the discussion points. And the mandate will include, among other things, issues related to the inscription criteria, issues related to the methodology, and also the important issues that we have raised this week, like finding ways forward for the geographical imbalance. But having said that, during our deliberations today, we appeal to all members of the committee to not open discussions on the text of the information document, but to only discuss the text of the DR, as is common practice during our meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And now I open the floor to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden is an active partner in the reflecting process. We would like to thank the government of Japan for supporting the reflection and the ambassador of Japan to UNESCO, Ambassador Uike, for the successful sharing the meetings of the open-ended working group. Among our priorities during the process, Sweden is particularly engaged when it comes to the strong involvement of civil society, practitioners, and bearers. We also are a strong believer in the role that the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices can play. We are therefore very pleased that we have been able to contribute financially to the reflection for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. Sweden supports the statement from the Netherlands. As we have been an active part in the reflecting process, we also know how much time, negotiations, and considerations that lies behind the proposal. We assume that the committee shall adopt the whole text in the annex with the amendment from Japan, prepared in consultation with the Secretariat, clarifying the process for removing element from one of the lists. Now is not the time for other changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. And now I open the floor to Brazil. Over to you, Brazil.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions d'abord remercier l'ambassadeur du Japon pour cette introduction si claire aux travaux du groupe de travail et Monsieur Curtis pour nous avoir expliqué d'une manière si claire aussi la manière par laquelle les recommandations du groupe de travail se sont traduites en projet d'amendement aux directives opérationnelles. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes arrivés à l'un des points les plus fondamentaux de notre agenda et il est important de l'aborder maintenant vers la fin de notre réunion après avoir traité de plusieurs sujets dont certains ont un lien direct avec le processus de révision des mécanismes d'inscription et des directives opérationnelles. Les groupes de travail, l'engagement, la coopération, la générosité du Japon ont rendu possible, représentent l'espace dont nous avions besoin pour discuter des principales questions de notre convention. Eux aussi, je voudrais mieux appréhender les positions des États membres, leurs besoins et leurs expectatives. Monsieur le Président, nous avons participé, le Brésil a participé avec enthousiasme à cet exercice et nous continuerons à le faire parce qu'il en va du futur de notre convention, de sa vitalité et de la sauvegarde des éléments qui composent ces listes. Comme on a pu vérifier au cours de ces derniers jours de travail, les questions que l'on devra traiter dans les années à venir vont bien au-delà des mécanismes d'inscription sur les listes. Autrement dit, il va falloir repenser plusieurs points. Notre position est très claire. Compte tenu de la large participation aux réunions du groupe de travail et de la qualité du débat, nous considérons que le groupe de travail est devenu un forum fondamental pour aboutir à des projets de décision que seront examinés par le comité et par l'Assemblée générale. Et il faut en profiter. Nous savons tous que ce débat demande des temps de discussion très longs, un temps dont nous ne disposons pas lors de sessions du comité et encore moins lors de notre Assemblée générale. Il est évident que la Convention de 2003 a besoin d'un dialogue constant, un dialogue riche, actif. Et la bonne nouvelle, c'est que les forums pour le pratiquer existent déjà, c'est justement les groupes de travail. Les recommandations du groupe de travail ont été le résultat d'un processus de réflexion extraordinaire auquel je suis très heureux d'y avoir participé. Un très chaleureux remerciement au Japon et aussi à la Suède qui soutiendra la discussion sur la façon d'améliorer les dialogues et la communication entre les parties prenantes de la Convention. Le Brésil soutient le projet de résolution et nous espérons vivement que toutes les parties prenantes continuent à participer aux prochaines réunions prévues pour le premier semestre 2022. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Brazil. And now over to Switzerland. Over to you, Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout comme les délégations qui nous ont précédés, nous souhaitons remercier le secrétariat pour son grand travail et aussi réitérer nos remerciements au gouvernement du Japon qui a apporté son précieux soutien pour ce processus de réforme important. Notre intervention est sur la même ligne que celle des délégations qui nous ont précédés. Nous soutenons l'ensemble des propositions d'amendement aux directives opérationnelles telles qu'ils ont été formulées par le groupe de travail. Les solutions vont améliorer les processus et cette base nous semble solide et convaincante pour être proposée à l'Assemblée générale. Nous ne souhaitons pas rediscuter la substance des orientations fixées par le groupe de travail intergouvernemental qui a passé quand même 4 jours sur cette tâche. Des adaptations d'ordre rédactionnel pourront être confiées au secrétariat en vue de la 3e session du groupe de travail. Il est clair que certains défis doivent encore être abordés. À ce titre, je peux déjà annoncer que nous allons soutenir la prolongation du mandat du groupe de travail à composition non limitée et la tenue d'une session extraordinaire de ce comité avant l'Assemblée générale. Merci pour votre attention.
I think Japan is, I think next I would like to invite Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan welcomes the progress so far which has been made in the open-ended working group, and would like to thank the Secretariat, the main experts, and the state parties who participate in the discussion. We were pleased to have reached some conclusion in the specific procedure of removing or transferring elements, and also in the extension of multinational and national file, as it would encourage communities to preserve their heritage and have a better perspective to join the nominations. We thank the Secretariat to have proposed an extensive revision of the open national directives based on the previous discussions. We have posted an amendment which have been explained by the Secretariat earlier to make sure the discussion in the open-ended working group in September be reflected. And we still have a lot to discuss, as the previous states have been explained also. And we hope that we can step by step make progress in the decision that we are making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Now I would like to invite China. Over to you, China.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to take this opportunity to thank again the generosity of Japan for hosting the two meetings of the open-ended working group, and also to the Ambassador of Japan for his chairmanship. And we also like to thank the Secretariat and also Mr. Curtis for his very comprehensive presentation on the amendment. China has already actively participated in the working group, and we fully understand how challenging it is to translate the recommendations of the working group into the text of the amendments. Mr. Chairman, we believe that the amendment to the operational directives that the committee is going to review is of a great significance, which will certainly have profound.
Yes, I think there's a technical difficulty in audio. Can you come back to China? China? Okay. Well, China will give that floor to you again. Now I would like to go to Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Azerbaijan the floor. First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the distinguished Ambassador of Japan for chairing this working group meeting, and also would like to thank the Secretariat for its work in advancing the reflection on the listing mechanisms and the wide consultation with experts undertaken. We also appreciate the discussions and the recommendations of the two sessions of the open-ended working group. We believe that the wide consultative process has now brought its results. Azerbaijan supports the formulation of criterion 2. We do believe that the way it was formulated in the past, which required some kind of imagination of the element's potential impact on the visibility of ICH in general, was at the core of the difficulties that countries have encountered when preparing their nomination files. This is why our delegation supports transformation of this criterion into something very factual, based on the knowledge currently available on the related elements, without assessments or statements of elements' potential impact on anything. And the proposal to focus on mutual respect and contribution to sustainable development is a very good one. Azerbaijan welcomes the proposed procedure for transfers between the urgent safeguarding list and the representative list, insofar as this responds to the need of multiple states parties. Our delegation has noticed that the amount of work of the evaluation body will increase considerably, as it will now consider requests for transfers, the extension or reduction of an element inscribed, as well as provide recommendations on removal. We'd like to ask the Secretariat about the cost implications for this workload for the evaluation body, and if some estimations have already been done. With regard to the procedure for removal, unfortunately, Azerbaijan disagrees with the proposed provision in the operational directives concerning an entity which can remain anonymous to the committee. So we believe that the committee should have a clear picture about the identity of the related entity and would suggest deleting paragraph 40.2c from the proposed draft amendment to the operational guidelines directives. Would also like to know more about the enhanced follow-up and its time frame of one cycle only, which we find quite limited. Our delegation was hoping to get more clarifications on the Intangible Cultural Heritage repository that is being proposed to accommodate elements from lists. What exactly that repository will be, and if its role will be limited to collecting removed elements only. Finally, Azerbaijan is in favor of extending the mandate of the working group so that the extraordinary session of the committee could examine any further proposals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. Secretariat will answer your questions. But now I would like to give the floor again to China. They had a problem. I hope you are okay now. China?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me the floor again. I'm sorry, we kind of have some technical problem. I'll just continue to my intervention, and we would just like to reiterate that the amendments to the operational directive that the committee is going to review is of great significance, which we believe will certainly have very profound impact in the future implementation of the convention and its sustainable development. Therefore, my delegation had a very intensive review and also had internal consultations. Then we proposed our amendments based on the draft text of the Secretariat as well as the Japan's amendments. And we took merits from both of the versions. And I will be very happy to explain the rationale behind our amendments later when we move to the text of the drafted amendments. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, China. Thank you very much. And now I move on to Kuwait. Over to you, Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me first start to thank the government of Japan for their generous, support for this open-ended working group. And a very special thanks to my dear colleagues, the Ambassador of Japan, for the great work has been done, trying to bring, everyone consensus and try to move forward. And I think you've done excellent work. That's why we recommend to the extent of the work of this working group. Also, Kuwait, I think, the content and the substance of this item has been discussed, really thoroughly on the open working group. So Kuwait, would like to, not to reopen again, because this will take us, really several days, and to minimize the discussion, just to go through the amendment. And after we look to the amendment submitted by Japan, and as we heard also from China. So with that, I close my remark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kuwait. And now I would like to invite Czechia. Over to you, Czechia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would also like to thank for the clear presentations and for the support of Japan and Sweden, that they support our global reflection. And we would also like to thank everybody who has taken part in the process so far and contributed constructively to its results, because a lot of work has been done. It was, of course, not possible in the given time work and with the number of topics to resolve all questions, and we still have quite big challenges in front of us. But we believe that the recommendations of the open-ended working group and the proposed amendments perfectly reflect the core of the issues that were discussed. And as we have already been assured, they were consulted with the legal advisor. They are setting clear new procedures for the change of status of already inscribed elements and strengthening the role of communities, groups, and individuals, which was at the core of many of our discussions. That's why we would like to join the previous speakers and support the submitted version of draft changes to the operational directives as amended by Japan, and we would like to avoid an extensive discussion on their content, which has already taken place in the open-ended working group. On this ground, we support the extension of the open-ended group's mandate to 2022, as well as holding an extraordinary session of the committee in order to submit as complex and complete proposals to the General Assembly as possible. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Shekia. And now I would like to give the floor to Poland. Over to you, Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me also join the words of thanks to Ambassador of Japan for his wise leadership, and let me also recall the fundamental role that Japan played in the adoption of the convention. We would also like to thank Sweden for opening the possibility for further and thorough reflection on Article 18. We are definitely in the moment when we open a new chapter in the history of the convention with these changes. The convention is the only document in international law that places communities, groups, and individuals in the heart of all these safeguarding processes. And CGIs, communities, groups, and individuals are not here. We are here there to be their advocates. We are in a way also to be here to be their voice. We have taken yesterday a very good and brave decision and decided to speak in favor and together with the Haitian community. Let's not lose this focus here. We would like also to commend the Secretariat for tremendous efforts in the whole process, and we express our willingness for further discussions within the extended mandate of the third meeting of the open-ended Intergovernmental Working Group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Poland. I can see Sri Lanka is on. So please, over to you, Sri Lanka. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sri Lanka would like to thank the Ambassador of Japan for the wonderful leadership he gave for our work, and also the very precise report he presented. And we are not going to comment on the texts, as many member states have already talked numerous things about, explain numerous aspects of the contents. But Sri Lanka, however, would like to support the idea that of extending the mandate of the working group, because there are many other aspects that we have to work on in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. Now, there are two countries under observer status. Anyway, we would like to give the floor to them. Just give us a few minutes. I will give the floor to the observers, but before that, the committee member, there's a committee member, Côte d'Ivoire. Over to you, Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. La Côte d'Ivoire remercie le Japon pour son soutien à ce travail très déterminant pour la Convention et salue le groupe de travail intergouvernemental à composition non limitée pour son expertise et sa disponibilité. Nous avons eu plaisir à prendre part aussi à ce travail, à ce comité, à ce groupe de travail intergouvernemental. Notre participation aux travaux de ce groupe nous a permis d'apprendre beaucoup des autres experts. Nous apprécions le contenu de ce travail de façon générale et souhaitons marquer notre accord sur la plupart des propositions faites par ce groupe. Nous ne voulons pas aller en profondeur pour discuter du contenu de ce travail très fouillé déjà. Cependant, nous souhaitons réagir sur certains points. D'abord, concernant les questions relatives aux critères d'inscription R1, R2, nous souhaitons, si au moment venu, porter la réflexion devant tous les autres et Et pour mentionner l'exclusion, par exemple, des pratiques comportant la maltraitance des animaux, après s'être rassuré de l'existence d'instruments internationaux y afférents. Pour ce qui est du registre de bonnes pratiques de sauvegarde, nous apprécierons effectivement la suppression du critère P7, P9 plutôt. En effet, ce critère pourrait paraître discriminatoire pour les pays en développement, ce qui n'est pas convenable dans notre convention où il n'y a pas de place pour de tels concepts. Il est vrai que dans le feu de la conception de ce registre, des besoins en matière de sauvegarde sont apparus plus manifestes dans les pays en développement. Mais en réalité, en matière de sauvegarde, nous sommes tous d'accord que tous les États partis ont besoin d'en apprendre les uns des autres. Notre délégation pense que si les DO devraient être discutés ultérieurement, il serait bon que cela se fasse dans un bref délai étant donné que c'est vraiment les fondamentaux donc, de cette convention. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Côte d'Ivoire, thank you very much for your comments. Now, there are two countries under observer status, Lithuania and France. So, I would like to give the floor to Lithuania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions tout d'abord remercier le secrétariat, et tous les États partis et les experts pour leurs efforts et leur contribution à la réflexion sur les mécanismes d'inscription sur les listes de la Convention, ce qui ont résulté un projet de propositions d'amendement aux directives opérationnelles élaborées par le secrétariat. Nous remercions également le Japon pour son soutien au groupe de travail intergouvernemental de composition non limitée. À notre avis, les recommandations élaborées par le groupe de travail et par suite le projet d'ensemble d'amendements répondent à une grande partie des questions très pertinentes soulevées pendant plusieurs sessions du comité. Les recommandations formulées par les experts proposent des solutions fondées de l'expérience de la mise en œuvre de la Convention pendant plusieurs années et fondées par la nécessité pour le développement des procédures du mécanisme d'inscription. Nous nous réjouissons donc de plusieurs nouvelles dispositions qui ont été incluses dans le projet d'amendement. Il reste pourtant plusieurs questions fondamentales à discuter et à répondre à l'avenir, et en particulier les questions liées à l'article 18 de la Convention. Donc, le prolongement du mandat du groupe de travail intergouvernemental à composition non limitée est très important. Ce permettrait de prolonger cette pratique très positive de rencontres très efficaces des experts, ce qui facilite énormément le travail du comité et celui aussi de l'Assemblée générale. Nous prenons cette occasion également pour remercier le Royaume de Suède pour son soutien au processus de consultation successive du groupe de travail. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite now France. The floor is yours, France, now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, tout d'abord, je me permets un petit commentaire qui n'est pas tout à fait lié à notre sujet, mais comme je remarque que lors de ce comité, un grand nombre de délégués s'expriment en français, je tiens à les féliciter pour leur maîtrise de cette langue. Maintenant, sur le point en question, donc la France, donc tout d'abord remercie le Japon pour son soutien au groupe de travail et réitère donc son intérêt pour cette réflexion très importante pour l'avenir de la Convention. Nous soutenons la prolongation du mandat du groupe de travail, surtout pour nous dans le but de parvenir à une simplification et à une meilleure accessibilité des procédures d'inscription. Merci.
Thank you very much, Messi. Yes. Now, are there any other questions for clarification? Mr. Curtis, would you like to comment on certain questions? Yes, please. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just very briefly, I think there was one really specific question for the Secretariat. It was about cost implications for the evaluation body, and I think we touched on this earlier during the budget debate. We foresee some costs that we slightly increased the cost of the evaluation body. I think it was from 5 to 7.7%, but I need to double check that percentage, precisely because there might be some little cost should this be implemented. Of course, it's still probably early to know how many transfer requests, how many removal requests, and so on may happen. So this will be sort of evolving, but we have foreseen some aspect of the fund for the evaluation body to be able to implement these recommendations. I think the other things on 40.2 and the ICH repository were discussed. I won't discuss 40.2, that was a part of the negotiation, I understand, under the open-ended working group, but just to clarify, the repository is really a way, and we said this in the open-ended working group, should a element be removed for whatever reason, there would be a place, in a sense, a place accessible on the UNESCO, on our website, where all the documents and files related to that element could be found. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. Now I think let us move now to the decision. Please refer to the document 14 and its draft decision in paragraph 14. Yep. Anybody? I think we need some kind of a little bit time. So therefore, I would like to have a small break. How, 5 minutes? Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. So welcome back again, and let us move now to the decision. So please refer to document 14 and its draft decision in paragraph 14. Yes. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah. Within seconds we will get, yes, it is there. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com14 as shown on the screens. Let us proceed paragraph by paragraph as usual. So coming to paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined. Do I see any objections? No. So I adopt it. And moving to paragraph 2, recalling our previous decisions. Yeah, I see no objection, so I adopt number 2. Moving to paragraph 3, thanking Japan's generosity in supporting the reflection. Yes, I see no objection, of course, for the generosity. Adopted. Paragraph 4, noting the expert consultations and thanking the experts. I see no objection, so I adopted. Moving to paragraph 5, extending our appreciation to the open-ended working group. Yes, I see no objection, so I adopted. Moving to paragraph 6, affirming the centrality of communities, groups, and where appropriate individuals to the convention. I see no objection, I adopted. Now paragraph 7. I think now there's an amendment from China, that is paragraph 7, right? Yes. Here we are recommending to the General Assembly to approve the amendments to the operational directives included in the annex. So I think China has an amendment. Shall I open the floor to China? Over to China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah, some technical problem. Anyway, we can't hear you. Now it's okay. Visual is okay. Audio is not coming. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify first that are we going moving to the Annex 2 right now, or how can we just proceed with this annex?
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I think I will hand over to Tim Curtis, our secretary. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Indeed, what we understand from the proposed amendment submitted by China is it concerns the Annex 2 of this document. The Annex 2, I remind members, is the proposed revised operational directives to be forwarded to the General Assembly for eventual adoption. And that's why the revision comes here under paragraph, the amendment comes here under paragraph 7. We can put the proposed amendment perhaps on the screen. This is the amendment submitted by China, which builds on the previous amendment that was, which I understand builds on the previous amendment that was circulated amongst members proposed by Japan in consultation with the Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, over to China again for your comments. Yes, over to China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Could you please help us to just to clarify how we would proceed with this paragraph of the draft decision, paragraph 7? Are we going to go to the Annex 2 first, suspend the paragraph 7, and then we come back after the amendment, and then we come back to approve the paragraph 7 here? So how are we going to proceed? I'm not quite sure about the procedure on this point.
I think, Mr. Curtis, can you just explain about that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The drafting was done in such a way that indeed the annex is in the paragraph, and it was originally proposed to adopt the paragraph with the annex. I'm not sure if the member is wishing to open up the annex and adopt the annex section by section, or perhaps explain the amendment. But originally it was foreseen to adopt the paragraph with the annex. Should committee members, of course, wish to open up the annex, there is that possibility, although I have concerns of the draft amendments of the contents of the annex, which have been designed to reflect the outcomes of the open-ended working group, the recommendations of the open-ended working group. So we would feel more comfortable with going back with amendments to the legal affairs to make sure that any amendments actually are in line with the recommendations of the open-ended working group. Mr. Chair, perhaps we should hear from China and from the chair of the open-ended working group.
Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. The problem is this: we have the recommendations of the working group in Annex 1, and we have the corresponding changes in the operational directives in Annex 2. Now, if I'm not mistaken, what China proposes is to change both. Not just the operational directives, but also the contents of the recommendations of the working group. So I just want to confirm it with China if their intention is to change the contents of both and therefore reopening what we have already agreed. That point has to be very clear in having further discussions on this particular point. So I wonder if China could clarify if they want to change not just the operation directives, but also the corresponding parts in the recommendations of the working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Over to China again. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In responding to the question raised by the distinguished ambassador of Japan, I just want to clarify that we are not going to amend any content of the Annex 1, which is actually the recommendations based on the discussions and the debates of the Intergovernmental Working Group. So this is not going to be amended in any way. What we're going to propose the amendments is only to the draft text of the operational directive, which we believe that to reflect some of the results of the Intergovernmental Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Curtis again for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just from a technical point of view, we believe that the Annex 2 is indeed the translation of the recommendations in Annex 1, and we have gone checking through legal the conformity in that sense, or the relevance. So it's rather difficult in the room to validate or to validate that relationship between Annex 1 and Annex 2, but perhaps we should hear from the submitting state parties. But it might propose difficulties. We might need more time to ensure that there is a correspondence between Annex 1 and Annex 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Any other? China would like to reflect on that? China, do you want to discuss with Annex 2?
Mr. Chairperson, after hearing what Ms. Curtis have said, so could Secretary suggest how we could make sure that there's the appropriate correspondence between the annex, the amendments to the Annex 2 and the Annex 1's content? So we are not quite sure. Could we have some advice from the legal perspective, that so that we could smoothly move on to the draft text of the operational directive?
I think I can see committee members Czechia and Poland, and therefore I would like to give the floor to Czechia. Over to you, Czechia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, nous avons écouté les explications et la présentation du président du groupe de travail et aussi les explications du secrétariat. Nous avons suivi le débat qui a lieu ici maintenant. Nous comprenons les préoccupations de la Chine pour que les deux annexes soient bien alignées l'une sur l'autre. Mais il nous semble que c'était justement le travail qui a été fait suite à ces recommandations du groupe de travail, pardon, et que les amendements des directives opérationnelles telles que proposées dans le document sont justement pas seulement vérifiés par le service juridique, mais vérifiés aussi par le président d'ailleurs du groupe de travail, qui a même ajouté des choses qui manquaient probablement. Donc, pour notre part, et suite au débat qu'on a eu sur ce point, nous préférions garder le texte original amendé par le Japon pour des raisons techniques, ou comment dire ça bien en français, et ne pas commencer le débat sur d'autres amendements où on n'est pas vraiment certaine est-ce qu'ils représentent le fruit du travail du groupe de travail. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
I think I would like to invite China, where you should include this amendment. Please, go ahead. Over to China.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me the floor again. My delegation believes that all the operational directive amendments are just based on the results of the discussions and debates and the recommendations made by the Intergovernmental Working Group. But however, the final text of the operational directive should be reviewed and adopted by the committee. And how the committee will adopt that, it will be based on our further reflections and take reference from the working group recommendations. So it will be within the authority of the committee itself. We believe that the way is that like that. So that's why, and also furthermore, our amendment is not go beyond the results of the Intergovernmental Working Group. So we would like to invite the committee members to just have a review of the our proposed amendment, and maybe they just need a little more time, and we could have proceed with our discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let us give us few seconds. I think I would like to give the floor to the other members as well to give their comments. Netherlands, over to you, Netherlands. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Netherlands would like to echo the statement made by our dear colleague from Czechia a moment ago. And we feel that we should not open Annex 2 on content discussion at the moment, and we would like to stick to the original version. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Poland. The floor is over to you, Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me assure you that we are ready for the whole night discussions. We have tons of coffee. However, we would also like to support and join statements made by our distinguished colleagues from Czechia and from the Netherlands. We feel that the time is quite unfortunate to discuss and to open new, quite substantial discussion on the just sent amendments. So we would also stick to the idea that we accept the amendment submitted by Japan in consultation with the Secretariat. However, we would like to end accepting amendments at that point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I now open the floor to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden, for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As earlier said, we have said what we think in this matter, and we also support the statements from Czechia, Poland, and the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Brazil. Over to you, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just to say that all of us know that the time that it's necessary to discuss all those items, all those points, we spent a lot of time during the work of the working group. So if, and I think also that all the committee members were also present during the debate of the working group. So if every decision of the working group has to be then sent to the committee to be discussed again, we will never finish this work, because we have to, from our point of view, to understand that the working group is the forum to discuss and discuss and discuss, and then come with a definitive text, a definitive proposal. If we have to open again another discussion, there will be a never-ending story. So just to add our support to what has been said before by the other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now open the floor to Kuwait. Over to you, Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm a bit, confused, and I think we are talking, back and forth, and we are, the time is going. At one time I hear, China said, then, they agree with the content of the working open group. They don't want to change it. But then, I hear, the secretariat, they're saying, technically difficult. I just want to know, when he said it's difficult to put it, Annex 1, is it technically meaning IT, or why it's difficult? And, to me, as before, I want to approve something. I mean, I respect, our, Japanese ambassador and the secretariat. They reflected our discussion, but at least let's see it. And, if we are, it's what's there, we can move on one step at a time. So I just want to hear from Tim, what's the difficulty when he says it's difficult? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I would like to ask Mr. Curtis to comment on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Honourable Delegate of Kuwait for the question. Indeed, the difficulty is really of a legal technicality, just to make sure that indeed the revisions that are being proposed do have the intended effects of the recommendations of the open-ended working group. So perhaps we could listen to them, but it would be complicated because of the time required to think about it, to do it on the floor, I imagine there's a risk that the proposed operational, but perhaps we need to hear the amendments, the proposed amendments. But it is that kind of difficulty I'm talking about as a technical difficulty. Thank you.
Yes, I now would like to open the floor to China for your comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to thank the distinguished Ambassador of Kuwait to raise the question about what exactly the technical difficulty is that. We don't really fully understand about that. We actually, my delegation do not have the intention to open any debates beyond the recommendations of the Intergovernmental Working Group. Taking into account the time, and we understand that by now we have been through 5 days discussions and debates. We understand that our colleagues are quite tired, but actually this item we think is one of the most important of this committee, because we do believe that the operational directive have very, very important role in the implementation of the convention. So having said that, we would have two proposals. One, we would like to invite the Secretariat to give us some legal advice on to a legal technical check on how our amendments and the original amendment, text of the operation directive, whether there is any differences or something go beyond the Annex 1. And two, maybe we just suggest that we would give our dear colleagues some more time to review the proposal on the amendments tonight, and then we would just have, to have better understand the text of the proposed amendments, and then we can go with this proposed amendments and the text tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Curtis, yes.
Indeed, I think perhaps if the honourable delegate from China could actually present the specific amendments, talk them through, and then we could perhaps suspend and have some time to understand that relationship between the proposed amendments for Annex 2 and the content of Annex 1, which reflects the recommendations of the working group.
Yes, all to you, China, for your proposals. Over to you, China. It's for you. Just propose the amendments, please.
Actually, Mr. Chairperson, our proposed amendment is just regard to several aspects of the original one, be it from the grammatic perspective, and also we would like to some certain paragraph, we just want to simplify the procedures. So we don't think that our proposed amendment go beyond the original one, just to make it more, to some extent, to be more simplified. So this is my explanation for so far. So maybe, I don't know how, maybe we can just go through the specific paragraph later, one by one, and section by section.
Yeah, could you please propose that amendment? We will go down now. Just hold on for a second. Yeah. So please help. You give your proposals now, then we will rearrange. Yeah, that's the thing. That's okay. Now read it, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, our amendment to.
Okay, I need to say something.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Curtis, you want to say something?
Just to apologize, there was a question also on technical internet or technical, non-legal technical. We do have a bit of a technical issue in getting both language versions up on screen. At this stage, I'm very sorry, but we only have the English language version on the screen. Wait.
Yeah, I think Kuwait.
Okay, I'm trying. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to find, a way out. Some colleagues, correct me, saying, the changes are substantial, and some people saying it's not substantial. Can we just, for the Secretariat to make our job easier, could you please, if you go just to one of the amendment, and just to show us it's substantial, because I saw one of them is being, it's been deleted the whole thing. I think 1.3, if I'm not mistaken, 1.
Yeah,
if you go to
yes.
1.3, if you go to 1.3, the original one, but the amendment is to delete it. That's substantial. So can please, the Secretary, just to show us an example, it's the amendment are substantial.
Yeah, I would like.
If it's substantial, we will not move forward,
yes.
because all of us, we agreed to keep with the opening working group. I mean, and Kuwait is want to keep, after this lengthy discussion, we don't want to go back and open, discussion again. So can you please just show us an example? It's substantial. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I think I would like to invite Ambassador Oike. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me just in response to the question from Ambassador of Kuwait, let me point out one thing. If you go down to 40. Well, this is about the removal. And if you go down to 40 point, where is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
One of the things there is, as you might remember, in case of removal, we were talking about two cases. The one case is where state party itself requests for the removal of a particular element. And also we had other cases, meaning NGOs and other people may want to request for the removal. And this other cases is all deleted. So it looks as if it is only the state party who can propose for the removal of an element. Well, as I hear from China, in a way, it could be a simplification, but removing those elements regarding requests from other entities is a substantive change. So that's because we both have it in our recommendation. And what China wishes to do, proposes to, is to delete a part of our recommendations. So that, do you consider this as a substantive change or just a simplification? Well, that is a value judgment. But nevertheless, because we discussed a lot and we differentiate those different cases, when the removal was requested from the state party concerned, or in other cases, when the request comes from somebody else. So we differentiated those two cases, and we had different formulations for each of those things. And then if you delete the second half, I think it represents a substantive change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Uke. It's very clear now. So over to Kuwait again now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to answer, to our dear colleague ambassador of Japan, this is, substantial, because we went through discussion. I just want to make sure so that, the rest of the committee members, they understand what we're talking, because I felt there's confusion. So, so it is a substantial change. So this is why, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Yeah, I think now the time is 5:15. Unless we come back tomorrow and have a discussion on this, or yeah, Botswana. Over to you, Botswana.
Chair, first of all, if we are going to discuss any amendments, they need to be in both languages.
Yes, we agreed. We agreed.
So that
Then tomorrow
already,
morning.
yeah,
Yes.
we can't do
Sorry,
anything
stop.
now. And then secondly, I don't know, what are we trying to amend? Are we trying to amend the decision or are we trying to amend the appendix?
Yeah, Mr. Curtis, over to you.
Just to clarify on that issue, the decision includes references to annexes, 2 annexes. One annex is the exact recommendations of the open-ended group, and Annex 2, which is where the proposed amendment is the draft operational directives to reflect those recommendations that the committee may want to forward to the General Assembly for consideration. So indeed, these are the draft operational directives, which is in the annex, but by adopting the paragraph of the decision, you adopt also the annex.
I can see Poland. Yes.
So sorry,
over to you,
could I
Poland.
just finish? Could I just finish, Mr. Chair? Could I finish?
Yes, please.
So basically, the 2 appendices have not been finalized and are subject to finalization at this meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Curtis, over to you.
One appendix was finalized by an intergovernmental open-ended working group, which contains recommendations, and was instructed to develop operational directives for the convention to be presented to this session, and that's the second annex, which is intended to reflect the recommendations of the first annex. This committee is then asked to examine those to consider whether it wishes to forward them to the General Assembly, and it is the General Assembly that would finalize them.
So there's one of 2 things. One, we can start the debate here on this appendix, or we can take it up at the General Assembly.
But now the time is past. As the chairperson, I have to take a decision. So we have to, I think, with the help of all of you all, we have to stop today's work now. So therefore, we will start tomorrow, from tomorrow morning. That's the decision that I want to take now. Yes, any other comment from anybody? Yeah, Brazil. Yeah, Brazil. I would like to ask Brazil, can you agree to this discussion on tomorrow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick proposal. I think that if there are paragraphs, parts of the text, which were object of amendments, we should send them back to the working group and approve the rest, which was not object of amendment. Because if we open the discussion on substantial points, we won't finish our meeting tomorrow. So it's better to send back to the working group in the beginning of next year only those parts which received amendments. They will be discussed by the working group again, together with other points which are also still pending.
So we understand.
And then we approve the rest.
So we understand. Thank you very much. And we will discuss tomorrow morning. Yes, we will discuss in tomorrow morning. So then, yeah, Poland. Yeah, can you wait till tomorrow because we don't have the other interpreters. Okay. So then, thank you very
Mr.
much for
Chair.
everybody.
Thank you for giving me the
Yeah.
floor. And of course, we can wait until tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Pauline. Thank you.
Although we were waiting a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will finish for today's work, and we will discuss tomorrow morning, and we'll try to get a solution to all these matters. So thank you very much, delegates. We'll meet tomorrow as usual. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.